Mega City. I panika before I could start thinking clearly. Someone calls me, we are going to Mega City. We are going to protect and defend our properties. No one will come there and destroy our properties. And I was so encouraged. The youth of this province said, Mandela and the others fought for this freedom. We will not squander it by destroying our infrastructure. President, amalgamated business forums to Northwest. Amalgamated business forums to Northwest. Ki kopane maloba le bone, ga o palelo lebelo, le tlhogonolo modise. A wa itse re ba re batho ba tsamaya mo president ba batho ba tsamaya mo ba stopa di contract tsa puso ba re ba batla di tender ga se batho ba rona ga re batle ba dire tiro eo rona re ikemiseditse gore fa ba dira jalo re tla go ikopanya le bone gesang gore maabane go diregileng ke ba batla go gesa gore maabane go diregileng maabane go tlile ba ba mo ba ipitsa business forum ba re batlisa di demands ke ha ba ema ba amalgamated business forum ba Northwest ba tsamayang ga re lo itse tswang ba bantsha re dirisana yalo le bone ya re rotloetsa di department tsotlhe berekan le basha ke basha ba batla go bula dikgwetlo tsa bone di ne le support berekan le bone ra go amogela wena re president re go amogela mo leineng la bomme botlhe ba go phela bomme ba go phela maloba ke kopane le bone go phela kwa go phela kwa gona le kgosi motsatsi gona le kgosi ke le bala leina la go ba tshwala go phela kwa ba re basadi ba ga se bone tsala ke kholo kgosi ga se bone ba re bomme ba kwa ba re re kopa o re he police station rona gender-based violence ra go elwantse basadi bao ba menne di huba ba nkgopotsa bo Albertina Sisulu le bo Helen Joseph le bo Ruth Mompati ka 1956 ba menne di huba ba ra go elwantsa gender-based violence ba re kopa gore re hela police station ha ka re batho ba re sena go ba tshwara ga gona gore ba isante re kopile ke ana ra go kopa wena minister Cele a re ise police station go phela bomme ba le ba menne di phatla ba menne di hu ba re batla itwantshetsa gender based violence ke bua president ha ke ya bokhutlong ke re ke go amogela mo leineng la ga Agnes Rasisimola ba gaetsho o bone award ya Africa mo Africa yotlhe a tswa mo Northwest award ring teacher yo khonang go teacher mathematics le science kana ko ya covid a bona awateo ke go amogela wena Mr President and awateo e bone ko Addis Ababa ke go amogela wena Mr President ha re re ntsha po mo Northwest po ya African breed ile nya tsa number 1 mo country gore batho ba ko Northwest ba itse go produce dipo re ipela ka diphitlhelelo tseo wena Mr President ke go amogela mo cultural group e bidiwa Nomtiti cultural group ya Northwest e bidiwa Nomtiti e creile position 1 ko di Satma Mr President ke bua dilo tse go tlhalosa jaana gore rona mo Northwest ga mannete re na le mathata we do have challenges and we don't downplay them, we don't undermine them, but we will not allow problems to overwhelm us and to intimidate us. We say to you, Mr. President, we welcome you as a team. Bishop Palani wa Catholic Church, le Bishop Diseko, Bishop Palani kwa Anglican Church, Bishop Diseko kwa Catholic Church. Re bua le bone wena Mr. President o tla phatlhega a o ba motshwenyano. Ke rata o utlwa Mr. President. Ke rata o utlwa kanye. Ke rata o utlwa. kganye ya gore mme ke a hetsa kganye ya gore ha re kopane le bo bishop gape o ne go na le bishop wa Luther re na le meyara tsa rona tsa ko KK re na le meyara wa district Menikiwa Nam re na le meyara wa Matlosane Rentsolela James ra re tlile mo lehatsing le masepala o ntshitse lefatshe la ngwana wa rona ala motse ngwana wa rona Desmond Tutu re le bitsa lefatshe le Desmond Tutu Memorial Site Desmond a ke la itse Desmond Tutu ke ngwana wa Northwest ba mo claimile thata ba bantsi ke ngwana wa mo gae mo Northwest ya no re rona ila Desmond Tutu antsa tshela people went to him and said, we want to build something here to honor you, to create your legacy. What is it that we can do? And the people in Matlos, and Desmond Tutu said, you know, we old people don't have a place where we can stay in our old age. How about an old age home? So we have decided that we are starting with that project. Old age home and museum. And we want you to make an undertaking, Mr. President, that you are going to launch this project. Desmond Tutu Memorial Project. Ki fitlile mo bokhutlong wena President, ke ra go amogela re le batho ba Northwest. Re go amogela re itse gore we are together. We are together. Rona, we loathe, we detest negativity. We are positive people of the beautiful province of the Northwest. Rebereka rotlhe. Rebereka rotlhe ebile re thusiwa ke DDM. DDM ke yone terna rona re palame ene ya re isa ko re yang teng. Ke a leboga wena President. Ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro.
Thank you very much, Premier Buchimape, for the welcome into our province of Bokone-Bophirima Northwest. Yani ke tlo bitsa the executive mayor wa Mahikeng. A tlo re bofela dintja gore re kgone ho bua hantle go sena mathata. Ntate Tshepiso Mphehlo o ka tla. Executive Mayor Bofadincha.
Halala Mafikeng halala. Halala Mafikeng halala. Halala Mafikeng halala. Halala Northwest halala. Halala Northwest halala. Halala Mafikeng halala. Thank you very much. Ke ka mogone ke le didimatsa ka teng gore le ska opela. Program Director Ntate Obed Bapela, ministers, deputy ministers, ke dumedise gape le ba go sia rona otlhe a kileng a re thulogela kwano ba re kgatile mmu wa bone, in particular khosi ya rona khosi Ntate Jeff Khotle Montshiwa ra go dumedisa tholo, and ke dumedise also baetapele ba di political parties tse di different ba batlileng kwano gompieno, baruti ba dikereke tse di farologaneng, maloko a makoko a dipolotiki, executive mayors, and most of all ke dumedise lona baagi ba rona ba Mahikeng. Dumela President, e re ke go dumedise le wena again. We've met several times, President, also raising the challenges tse batho ba rona ba nang le tsone kwano today. I had stressed, President, that Mahikeng is the capital city of the province, but the status of this town, the way it is, I reflect what a capital city should be. Our potholes are just too much, President. Our streets are dark in the evening. Our water is dirty. At times, we have many interrupted water provisions. And those are the challenges, Seloreng. We are committed to end them in the 5th administration of local government. This is the commitment that we have done to our people. Re tlo kopa support to all, including all these ministers, to lend a helping hand to change the face of Mahikeng, to change the status of Mahikeng, and eventually we'll definitely get there. We are making that commitment again, President, in front of you. Or this Imbizo, because I start mo Mahikeng, and I'm happy that we start mo Mahikeng, President. Or harebali the post Imbizos, we have achieved this, so that our people should know that really we are committed to change their lives, and we will definitely do that. This is a home, President. It's a home for one of the first medical practitioners to ever walk in this land, Dr. Mudir Molema. It's also the home of the first legal practitioners, and Tate Dixon Montsiwa. And how do we emulate such perfect examples of these leaders? It is only if we give our people conducive environment for learning, for leisure, and investment. Ntate Bapela, I'm sitting down now. Let me sit down. Let us feel free to participate. Re recently puo ya rona re ska ra tshaba le go bua Setswana ha re bua le president. At least president wa rona o khona go rutla ka dipuo tsotlhe. Ntante Mondli Gugubele, ke a go dumedisa gape, you are also welcome as well. No, let me take this opportunity ke re la amogetse lotlhe dintja di bofile ra leboga moranga phanda.
Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor of Mahikeng. We are struggling to listen, those who are on the stage. I'm not sure whether the sound can be controlled, because at the time when the president has to hear the people talking, will not be able to hear anything on the stage. So if Batuma sound, look inside these two mics, I receive feedback at all. So if the two mics can be attended to. But for now, lona la rutlwa, mara rona re lutlwe. Oh, the speakers, he said the mic. Oh, the speaker. Thank you very much, Pinky. Deputy Minister Muloi. Kayena nako he, re tla bitsa Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, met Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who bua le lona about the purpose of an Imbizo. Why are we having these Imbizos? And then utata mopele then atlo bua le lona kayona au Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, President, and the Premier, and all colleagues. Dumelan Bakhayetu. Mine is just a short thing to say, why are we here? We are here because the President in his sauna, he said, no one should be left behind. He also said that South Africa needs a new consensus, and that we must discuss our challenges and find solutions to the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we know that inequality has a gender dimension, a racial dimension, and a geographical dimension. We know that the poorest people are women, Africans, rural people. Of course, there are poor people in the cities as well. So, Imbizo is here, we are here. The president wants to listen to you because the people cannot be passive in their development. They cannot be passive in solving their challenges. We must all work together. The Deputy Minister has talked about DDM. We all here. The ministers are here. All of us are here to listen, to get advice from yourselves, to learn from yourselves, but also to report, as the Premier was doing, to also report what is being done, to commit what is going to happen, and to mobilize popular support for the programs. But the President is doing this also inspired by the words of one of our late stalwarts, Umamuwini. Umamuwini once said, and I quote, "One of the greatest things I fear is letting down my people. I wouldn't live with that type of conscience of having let down my people after they've been brutalized for so long." That's what is driving also the President. So we are here to listen, to learn, to get advice, but to report, to commit, and to mobilize. That's really, in short, what this Imbizo is about. So after me, it will be for you to speak to the President. He will speak later, but when you have spoken, because he's here to listen. That's what this Imbizo is all about. Ke a leboga.
Ra leboga Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma ka ho bua hore Imbizo ke eng. Pitso ke eng ka Sotho or Setswana. Yaanong re tlo kena mo programmong before ke na ko yona just ke also ke acknowledge baetapele ba mekgatlo ya dipolotiki ba leng teng ka fa le bona ba teng, the political leaders of organizations. Ra tseba hape le hore le basebetsi ba di union le bona ba teng ka fana, and many other categories le baagi. So re tlo kopa he hore go na le di mic say 10 and re tla ba le 5, and then mo 5ing ena e tla bereka this block, and then re be le engwe 5 e bereka this block lo go ya kwale. So re tla sebedisana yalo ke 5 and 5. Go na le di mic runners ba tla ranang in between lona, hence lona ba ka tla ke ba boneng pele di mic runners ba pere jwang ke dikipa tse tshweu la ba bona ba tshwere di mic. Nna ke tla o supa and then ke o botsa hore ko morago ko pele mo hare jwalo. So ke tlo kopa he re sebedisaneng hantle so that re hatane re tla kgona ho bona re nka ba ikae mo tafoleng ele mo le gona le describers ba busy ba tlo nka dipotso tsa lona o bue o utlwahale, mara he o bua skwa nka nako e telele ka hobane le ba bang tshwanetse ba fe menyetla ya hore ba bue. So how feta 3 minutes ke tlo ho emisa wena etsa sure gore o a botsa kamba wa punctuator ka 3 minutes eo e be lo re feditse o repile up, so that le ba bang ba latelang ba kgone le bona hore ba bue, se ke wa bua o le nosi wa fumana le hore yaanong ba bang ba kgone ho bua bona ka bo bona. So setjhaba baagi ba Bokone Bophirima ngaka Modiri Molema ka Mahikeng ke nako ya lona he hore le ka emisa matsogo and then ke tla tsopola mo ke ye ko morago, then ke tle ka mo after ke re ke thomeng ka mona e manganyane ke tla thoma ka mo ntate Michael guy ya mo ntatona number 2 guy ntate Moruti number 2 wa eme fela ya le ka go busupile ne bomme ba kae ke bona bo ntate fela. Okay, number 3 me o mo pele ka bike e green ya e ke ibona. And then number 5 when us keep us 4 number 4 when us keep us ready me e re ke nke 4 ena ke bona hore ya kae. Luitsi bitse hore kwena mang ga we metse mogaklo o hore ke o feng kamba o moagi o tla no re fela wena o moagi.
Re papela unkitse sentle re kopane le wena ke rata go leboga presidente jaaka ha tlile kwana ke kopane le wena ko Moefontein ke go hile dilo tsotlhe tsa me o bonta re moraga 3 weeks o tla chika ko go rona o tlo go utlwa dilo tsa rona sentle re president ke itumetse thata tota gore o bo le teng ke ntse ke sa amogele mo Northwest ke ne ke tsewa ke latlhelwa ko ntlela mo di-meeting yaanong ke tla bua mathata bothata jwa me ke jo bo thomileng ka 2013 mme mo Tlalipule Gosho o nkwadile mo budget speeching a ba dira business plan ya ka e ne le go hedisa botlhoka tiro le lehuma mo bathong ke a kopana le re Lufuno ha tla go go nna o ntumela kwa ene nna ha ke bereke ha ke na ke rekile di-flosham di ka nna 5 ke tsamaya mo di-officing tsa puso mo ke batla thuso go hedisa letloka le lehuma so re papela o itse dilo tsaka ke go di neile o ntabisitse ditlong ka gore o nthetse wa re moraga 3 weeks o tla bo o tlile ko go nna e sekolo agriculture le yone president agriculture le economic and development di thubile motse wa me pha ga ke na mosadi ga ke na bana ka ntlha ya yone agriculture mama mogajane o na dira a ntsha 2.5 gore ba ye go aga dihoko tse dingwe ko gonne ga se ba ke batle ba nthetse ba re ba rometse tšhelete ko national ga re re batla ka public protector ga re e kry-ile so ke kopa go kopana le ministera wa agriculture le ministera wa economic and development ke a kopa re papela
Ke lebogile ntate ke nnete ra e tseba taba hao minister wa agriculture o teng o tlile le yena batho ba Moefontein ba lla ba file le hatse mara ba kry support e jwalo number 2 ntsale ka moya
tla ke tse
lebitso la hao and then let's find and then orbu
okay ke prophet OJ Mongala Madikong yo pholisitsweng ka madi a Modimo Jesu kganye ke nang le yona ke kgakollo mo go president le government re feleditse ka ngwaga wa 1955 re na le Kliptown conference e ne re dira freedom charter jaanong re tlhoka another Kliptown la re sa ye ko Kliptown e mo go yona re tlileng go tsena indaba ya gore re batle the unique way ya vision economy for South Africa because it teng Africa borwa jaaka mahatsha mantsi Africa e rural more than urban ka jalo batho ba ba ko rural bontsi ba bone they are educated but not certificated as a result o ka re ga ba utlwe ka gore ga ba ntshe dipampiri, but their wisdom is a massive wisdom. So ke ne ke re a re dirang gape another Kliptown e ke anong ra go bua fela ka gore ko rural areas economy e ka twe because batho ba ba mo magaeng ba na le ditsela tse ka tsone ba ka dirang mohuta wa economy o ka phedisang magae wa ba phedisa South Africa. That's point number 1. Point number 2 re bapela ke gore ba re ha tsefa re tla be re kwala makolo ra kwala ko ofising ga president mara re tla be re arabia ke motšhini automated machine motšhini o tla bo kwala gore your response will come sooner. Motšhini o ga o itse nako o itse sooner hela mara yaanong ga gona nako e leng gore ga wa rutwa language epe gape motšhini o rutilwe sooner hela mara sooner a teng never comes. Mo fatshe re be re nna frustrated re mara president wa ya sa ra arabe kanti motšhini kone o rutilwe hela gore sooner hela ga o itse se sengwe. Then point ya bo hela ke tswalela ke dumela ke 3 minutes ya ka e tla be le kae. Point ya bo hela ke gore ko ofising ya president ke kopa gore le dire a section e leng gore le motho a le ko disaneng tota gore a le ko Mmasutli o tla kgona gore ha kwala lekwalo kwa gonne le bangwe ba ba le runang ba tla reng ba sena go tlhaloganya ba ne president o busy ene gore a ka bala makwalo a rona mara a gonne le batho ba ba hirwang ha e le gore ga bayo go na le minister of ko presidency a dire section e tla berekana le go checka makwalo a rona re ka se ka re tlhola re netse go kwala go araba motšhini go sena tsatsi le pele go araba motho ke a leboga modimo a re tshegofala.
Before ke ya ko wena amme batho ba botsiseng dipotso bana ba kopa gore le mo tafoleng mele le lo submita dipotso tsa lona ya le ka ge ke 3 minutes mo gong o engwadile ha o engwadile ba fe yona potso e mole ntate ke kopa o ye mo le mo tafoleng o fetsang go bua le wena ya mo tafoleng mole o kgone o ba fa le mangwalo ha e le rona le mangwalo.
All right.
All right, ke tla o bitsa, don't worry. Number 3 o ka bua mme.
All right. Ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro le president ya rona. Nna ke nna Mapula Lobakaeng ke emetse organization ya older person ko Ratlo local municipality ya diwoto tse 14 ke chairperson ya Ratlo ya diwoto tse 14 sa Ratlo local municipality jaanong ke lela ka tsela e tswa mo Ratlo ya ko north ke one gaufi go ya ka ko north gore o ka re mo president ya rona a gore bankanyetsa ke metse ya sega di rural area but we are not rural organization ya older person ke kopa gore president ya rona hectare na go e gagamatsa gonne basha ba re gataka ka maoto di ditsela tsa rona di pula di nele president ya rona di bisi tsa ya staka mo tseleng bana ba ga ba kgone go kwa dikolong ka baka tsa ditsela le metsi ko Ratlo le metsi e mengwe ya di-rural area nna ke tswa ko Ratlo di-borehole di teng president ke kopa di-borehole tseo di ya go bankangwa le ba ba thibelang ditsela ke lebagetse maakwa gore ba tla šutišwa mo tseleng ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro.
Thank you very much. Challenges of the rural areas, boreholes are there but they are not working. Come and fix. Roads are terrible. We need to attend to the roads. Thank you. Number 4. Me o fetsang go bua le wena ke tlo kopa ro ye mole. Me o fetsang go bua o. Number 4.
Ke Mema Daimani ko Budibe ko Ditsobotla. Problem ya rona ko Ditsobotla is very huge. Budibe ikile ya tlalwa ke disaster ga tla ntate Van Rooyen a rutle go agela bagolo matlo till today ntate Van Rooyen e sala ile presidente ke a go kopa bagolo ba di old age ga ba na matlo a di-RDP di ne ilwe bašwa ke bone ba nnang mo di-RDP ko Bodibe ene se se utlwisang botlhoko go na le section ko Bodibe e bidiwa Rakgolo section eo e na le 25 years without water go no metsi even le mo COVID-ing ya ntse le teng batho ba ntse ba sokola ka metsi sa sengwe ke gore go na le college ko Lichtenburg e bidiwa Taletso college eo e thusa bana yang college ele e ka re sekgotlo tsa diphologolo a college eo e baakangwe bana ba kry-e thuto ya maleba ke a lebogara ke tsa metsa tharo tse ke di kopang tseo.
Thank you very much, ke a leboga le nna. Tla ke ye ko morago ntate o lekwalo wa skipa se red ya o kentseng lebanta yana yana o tsamayang o ya that's and then mme ko morago a ke bone bomme right at the back a ke re ke tsamaya so
Mr.
emanyane le tla bua ke batla mme ko morago a ke bone bomme ke bontate fela. Okay,
Mr.
bua o tla
President.
kena mme ya wena wa ntho e white ya o tla kena. All right, o ka bua ntate wa skipa se red.
Mr. President, leina la me ke Molwantogana Kgomo. Ke na kwa 3 minutes ntse mo go nna ke batla go bua ka dilo di le tharo. Ke bua ka tleliniki ya go Krepane. Ke kopa gore department ya health e go intervene ka bonako because bagolo ba rona ba tlhola kwa the whole day. Tleliniki ya go Krepane ke kopa gore department e etele nako le nako. Selo sa bobedi ke skolo sa Thakajeng Primary School. Sale a ka nne se tšha ga ise be ke bone MEC a se etela or di officially sa education di ya ko teng because ha re tla go lebelela ko Gauteng MEC wa education ga go na le sengwe se se diragetseng ko sekolong o etela dikolo tsa province ya Gauteng mare gona anong sekolo sa go Thakajeng sale a ka nne se tšha bana ha o ka ya ko sekolong seo se tlhomola pelo re kopile di mobile class di anela ga re itse gore bokamoso jwa bana ba rona bo ko kae. So Mr. President ke a ikuela province ya Bokone Bophirima e re face ga le re senda di email goreng ba ye go kgona go thusa sekolo sa Thakajeng Primary School le gona anong ga ise ba romele di mobile class se ba di rometseng di anela. Selo sa boraro ke go masepaleng wa Ratlou ko Ward 11 ga o ka ya go ditseleng tsa rona tsa go Thakajeng go Krepane as a whole ke mathata di bridge di wetse yaanong Mr. President ne re kopa gore o ye ko motseng o ba o bitsang Thakajeng dibese di a feta di isa bana ba dikolo di a wela dikolo ga di tsene ke ipotsa gore di principala a di a reporta gore dikolo ga di tsene ka ntlha ya gore dibese di a wela di pegile bana ba dikolo le matitšhere ga ba kgone go goroga go tiro ka ntlha ya ditsela tsa rona. Masepala wa Ratlou sale o le busy ka go aga tsela ya paving ko Thakajeng le gona anong ngwageng o fetileng ga ise be hele ke kopa gore lefapha la ditsela le etele Krepane ko Thakajeng ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Ke bone gore matsogo a mangata haholo mang le mang o batlo bua mamelang so ntho re tlo ntate o fetsang go bua ke kopa o tle ko pele ko desking ele ntate o fetsang go bua yano ko Krepane ke kopa o ye ko desking re tlo etsa yana mme o emiseng katiba e red ko dim e tla ganyane ko pele e tla ganyane ke tla o botsa gore ke tlo etsang e tla ganyane wena ya e tla ganyane hape Mewan, yeah, when I'm mewan saying katiba rate. Itla hape ko pele, please. Itla happen that okay, emisa katiba how. Emisa katiba area how. Squire, Emma Onamo, square fita. Square fita, Emma Onamo. Kitoko pahe, le mulateleng le queuing Onamo. Le lateleng me oa katiba eret. So baba tangu guakena mo queue. And then kamole, kikopani tomen queue yalona kamo passaging ew. Emma Onamo. Skela pushana, man fella style. All right, out to let's get a pushana ne. Now, Labona or Lebabansiang. So, requires 1 minute, 1 person. Bua fela eutebangor ya uchisa ibutogwa.
Mike, hello?
All right. Bana batho ndi magi kukopale memo so that ke supagamo ebe lo gore le mo gaufile number 1 le ka mona le mo gaufile number 1. Okay. Ema pele ki moruti ntse ke mmiditse pele akere he moruti a fetso bua then ke tlo bitsa all wa katiba e red then ebe se ke a jumpa ke tlakamo skela nka man skela bua welele. All right, ntate Muruti. Bugwali bitola how then oye 1 point fell. Out hali. Eskela it's a noise in our children remamela names. Ralukopa.
Chabo makobosi, botaguditso botla. Kina le problem e one. Ke bona fela le tshimolla tiro e tshwanang le sa tshwara thapelo bona re le baruti ga re itumelle kganyeo ke gone re nna mo letobeng ka gore ga re be morena ko pele sa ntlha ke batla go bua sengwe ko ditsobotla re na le problem e sa le go ribolwa makwete go te go agiwa molo ko itsoseng le gona no o su nnete se sengwe ke se ditsela ko itsoseng metsi gayo tanke ya gilwe ga re itse go diragala re tle ga go kopa masepala wa ditsobotla o re thuse wa pallwa ga tla mo ngaka modirimo le mangwa go fitileng re le mo o mo hau fraternity ko itsoseng ya baruti rile ga re ile re ba tsamaisa mo itsoseng re ba bontsha ditsela ba rile ba tla boela mo gona le gone ano ke kopa president bankanya dilo tse di tlhakatlhakane mo ditsobotla le mongaka modiri molema ke a leboga.
Thank you. Ke tlo ya ka bona ya no mara before ya ema ona mo don't worry. Mara ke tlo kopa hore le etseng social distance ra le kopa. Can you stretch le tsogo la gago le boele ko morago? Stretch le tsogo ska khotela ba balang. Ke kopa social distance mo. Stretch your hand away from the other person. Stretch nganyane for stretch one hand. Stretch le tsogo bona hore ha o gaufi. Bolwetse be ba COVID bo sa le bongata ra le kopa mo passaging re tlo kopa le lona gore ke kopa o tshware mic yo ke ile ka mo now yeah so kopa social distancing and then ke kopa le kenyeng di mask tsa lona ga o sa bui o sa nwe metsi apara mask only ge o bua kapa o inwa metsi so gona le molaetso ke tla o yang gape after me wa bua mama o ka bua ema ona mo bua me lebitso la hao pele.
Bagolo, go na le molumo. Bagolo, leina la ka ke Mmabatho Moanakwena. Ke tlo bua masepala ka ko morago. Rona mo agriculture re le bombe, re tlhoka didiriswa. Mmango Sasana ke o fao. Ka 2012, ke ga a re ke fiwe terekere. Ke mo ngwageng wa bo 11, ke itse ke kopa terekere. Ke kopa terekere Mmango Sasana. Ga ke itse ke e bone. Ke na le lefatshe la 46 hectares. Ke na le metsi. Ke a pompa ka engine. Mmango Sasana, ke ikhubame ka mangwele. Ke tsena society le wena. Nthuse mme, badimo ba ANC. Ba ntlogeletse mo lefatsheng gore ke abe skills sa indigenous herbs. Ke se tlogelle batjha. Ke ise ke ko bone badimo. Mmango Sasana, ke khubame ka mangwele. Ntate Ramaphosa, ke khubame ka mangwele. Ke tsena society le wena Ntate Ramaphosa. Nthuse. Masepalaka ke o mongwe wa badimo ba etsho. Ntate Moses Kotane. Ke buelela bomme ba North West ba wotlhe ba ba lemang. A re fiwe diterekere, re fiwe didiriswa. Re se ra batla gore o hirile mo maatla gore re gola motente. Re se ke ra batla gore tlisa lekwalo la gore wena o aga 5 years. Nna ke le mantshile ke tlhokofala. Mmabatho Moanakwena, Moses Kotane, lefatshe la North West le lotlhe bomme a re yang pele ka temo.
Thank you very much, Mama. Okopa diterekere. Number 2, ka mo lining yona area.
Dumela. O emeng fa ke Thandeka Malgas from extension 39 phase 2. Ke ema fa jaka deputy chair ya Women's League. Presidente, ke ne ke re ke go kope ko extension 39 re kopa kliniki. Gobane kliniki ke yone tlhoba boroko go go rona. Ka ntateng ya gore ha pula di nele dikoloi ga di kgone go tsena go go rona. Re pallwa ke gore re kreye le di ambulance di re itlhelele di go re tsaya. Presidente, number 2 e ke tlileng go ikopang mo go wena. Ka gore ba eteledipele ba rona ba teng ba na le rona ga rena bonnete jwa gore se re se kopang a sa fitlha mo go rona. Re leboga mmupi gore a ba go tlisitse mo go rona gompieno. Re le jana re tlhele le gore ra taboga re nna di step ladder batho ba tlhatlhoga. Ha ba se mo go tlhatlhoga ga re tlhole re le botlhoka mo matshelong a bone. Ha re kokotha mo dikgorong tsa bone tsa di ofisi ra bangela presidente mare groundu e tabugwa ke rona. Ke re leboga modimo gore gompieno ke be ke go bone ka gore ke le jana sale ke taboga from 1992 go itlhela nako kgolo ke sale ke kreile mmereko EPWP ga 1 e leng gore EPWP le one ha ke itse president ene ke re ke a kopa ane se ka lana la kgona go lemoga gore ha lo re file mmereko EPWP botlhokwa tiro bo bokanang kaeng goreng le sa re tsela re ba mo listing la bona gore ha go na le mebereko ene gore ke a di cleaners or ya di eng la re ba mo listing ya gore next time ke rona re tsenywang foo ya ne re tla be re tsewa re newa papa for nakwanyana moraga sebaka sewa re bewa hase re setse re tswa go dira dikoloto go di shopong. Presidente, ke tla kopa gape yana ka bana ba rona ba basha
Ya mafello e wa ke re nakwa e yo bana queue.
ga re kgone rotlhe go isa bana ko di-university or ko di-collegeng. O kry-a gote go na le seo se bidiwang gote NSFAS. Bagolo ba bangwe ga ba tlhaloganye o kry-e le bonkgono ba dula le bana. Ba counselara ba nyena ga ba na tirisano mmogo. Ga ba na le batho ba bone ba e leng gore ba ba tsaya ba ba fa tsone dipampiri tseo tsa gore bana ba kry-e di-NSFAS. ha ile gore di a tla mo go bona a re itse yaanong ke ne ke re ke go kope yana presidente ke tlhoka mmereko nna ha ke tlo go didimala ka mmereko ke bereketse organization e dingwaga ebile ke a tsohala yaanong
O lokile
Ke a
mama,
leboha.
ke a leboha. Ke tlo kopa hape 1 point or 2 points, not 3. Ya bobedi, ska ya karetsa, ska ya kwale ne bo itla ka potso ka morao. Bona queue telle yang ka mo, queue le yona itelle ka mo. So ke tlo jumpa ke tle ka mo yanong. Ke mme ole wa Katibe Red. 1 or 2 points. O dule fatshe o fe ba bang sebaka hore le bona ba bue. Ka bane ke Imbizo wa lona mara ske lankelana nako re a kopa tswetswe. O ka bua ntate and then me o latele.
Dumela bagaetsho re a leboga. Nna ke moruti Philips ke tswa ko Ditsobotla kwa Itsoseng. Ne ke na le ne re na le presidente a re tshepisa complex ya Itsoseng. A na le Supra Mahauma Pelo. A sala rare complex ya Itsoseng e tla bankanyiwa. Ke point ya ka ntlha eo. Ya bobedi bagaetsho re na le mathata ka hospital ya rona ya Thusong. E tswetswe hospital ya Thusong. Ka gore gata ga ya siama ba ba tsa batho ba isa ko health center le ko general hospital le ko Gelexpan so batho ba rona ba sokola ko Itsoseng health center e nyane re batla sepetlele se se tlhamaletse se se siameng presidente re a kopa dikoloi tsa rona di mo dikhuting re disability ga re na mo re tsamayang teng
O
re
lokile
a kopa
ntate, ke a
bagaetsho
leboha.
amen
Re a leboga. Me
Ons groet die president en sy panel vanmiddag. Ek gaan Afrikaans praat, sodat ons mense ook kan Afrikaans luister oor die televisie. President Ramaphosa, vanmiddag wil ek aan u vra. Ek is 'n moeder. Ek gaan praat oor die drugs. Ons jeug, the youth, gaan hulle is ondergrond met drugs, deur drugs met drugs. U as die president van die land moet tog toesien dat die jong mense wat so vasgevange is en die drugs wat so toegang het tot Suid-Afrika tot 'n stilstand kom. Ons het al hulp gesoek by die polisie, maar daar is geen hulp wat ons kry nie want hulle continue om die drugs te verkoop. En tweedens is hierdie ons mense, die jong mense wat unemployed is, die syfer is hoog oral in die land. Dis hoekom die jong mense deel het aan drugs want hulle kry nie werk nie. U moet asseblief ook daarin toesien dat hulle ook werk kry. En dan is dit die omstandighede waarin ons bly in Denville. Is vir die 27 jaar wat daar geen verandering in Denville gekom het nie. En soos u ook kan sien het ons 'n paar jaar voor hierdie COVID-19 ingetree het ons die paaie toegemaak omdat ons u laat kom het om te kan sien hoe ons lewe. Daar is nie die paaie wat ons moet gebruik is net modderpoele. Ons mense kan nie eens van die vlei afkom nie, want daar kan nie eens skare deurry nie. U moet ook dan ook sien, want ons het al aanvraag gedoen dat u ons moet sien. En dan die laaste, die brug wat na die dorp toe gaan. Daai is nou al vir die afgelope 60 jaar blok daai waters daar en dan moet daar 'n ander deurgang na die lokasie toe gaan. Sien ook daarin. Moenie vir my hoor sê nie want dit is realiteit. I'm talking about where we staying. Please guys, we are staying also we also got circumstances. Hear us. I'm a human being. And secondly, President Ramaphosa, we are talking about the Rainbow Nation.
Thank you, Mama.
Yeah. Please see to us that the Rainbow Nation also been seen in the government of departments and in your cabinet. That's what we ask as a globe and as the Rainbow Nation.
Thank you, Mama. Ke tlo kopa hape. Re kopa ka boikokobetso. 1 speaker, 1 point. Bona QA ya tswa ibile e fitla ka kontle. So that lwena o fe ba bang chance ra kopa tu. Batho ba Bokone Bophirima ra itse re la bua. Mara President o tla ba utlwa yang ba bang ba lona le nka mantswe kaofela. 1 point, 1 speaker ke ka mokgwa re tlo e etsang. Ya bobedi, I don't know gore facility ya dumela na. Go na le suggestion ya gore ba leng gore ba tshwere di ball pen le page. Ngwalang se le batlang go se bua le se mo tafoleng mo. So da gona le gore o eme nako e telele mo queue. Ngwala o romang o kenye phone number ya hao, then o tjho gore ke ntho ntse o tlo bua ka yona. Because nako ya nong ya tsamaya se le almost 20 and re ba tlo nna ka bongata ka mokgwa re ka kgonang ka teng. So 1 person 1 point. A re ka dumelana ka yo ba ngwalang le ka ngwala la submit di questions mo. Ntate latela 1 point lebitso la hao o bua ka eng nna no fe o mo.
Lebitso la ka ke Morabe Abel Siakwa ke tswa ke le ko tswaing what 7. In summary, motsamaisa tiro to President Matamela le our Premier Bushimahape and Menko Sasana Zuma. Re kopa gore mo Bokone Bophirima ba fedise section 100 ga ba tloga fa ka gangwe. Ya bobedi, bana ba rona ba tsofadiwa ke puso ya rona. Ga go maleba re ba pela gore constitution ya youth league ya ANC e bile yone e laola naga yotlhe gore from 18 to 35 there is an intention for you, there is a job for you. It can't be correct. Bana ba rona ha le 36 years, 37 years, that child is old to get an employment in South Africa.
Thank you.
And then ya bo fela re ba pela re tshepise batho ba rona gore ba ko metseng ga ba kitla ba tlhola ba dirisa di-pit toilet. Ke kopa gore re Matamela di-pit toilet di fedisiwe ko di-villages. Our district development model ke kopa gore it must not be centralized in the district. They must cascade it to our municipalities because of last but not least, Home Affairs. Renalo Operation Tutula. Comrade Matamela, South Africa is not a lawless country. It can't be that the people of Alexander or anybody take the law into their hands. All that we are asking from you is for Home Affairs to do their job. There are many Africans in South Africa that are undocumented.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 1 point, 1 person, Raikopa. Okay, 4 points in that, but okay, number.
Thank you. Lina Lagaki Vusumzi Arthur Jobeta. I'm going to be brief with 4 points. 1, Mr. President, we demand that the license of Mafikeng Airport must come back. We can't negotiate that. The license of Mafikeng Airport must come back. Michael Jackson is gone. We want the license. Minister Bekikele, we want crime and drugs to be combated, not to be policed. In our town, it's a hub of drugs. And we've seen police people not acting, but we are calling Mr. President and the leadership that crime and drugs in our town must be combated. Thirdly, we want Sanral to come to this province and explain what are they doing for the people of this province. Sanral, it can be a cake or a refugee of other people. And the people of the province, President, they are not benefiting. They are not benefiting. People are using our addresses of RTBS, Kostir, and what, and manipulate the system to claim to be the people of the province. It can't be correct. The last point that I want to make is that Section 100, Mr. President, we loved it, we respected it, but now we think is the only right time. Minister Nkosazana, is the only right time that we kiss the compatriots goodbye. We don't want them to be chased. We want to kiss them goodbye. I thank you.
Thank you. With 1 person, 1 point, Marla. I'm pleading with all of you. So that bona So ra le kopa le etseng ka bokhutswane le kgone ho kena kaofela ka ho bua. So the next person, come on. Come on. La pushana mo. And sanitize the mics, please. Elifa moto. And then hosa bui, wear your mask, cover your nose and your mouth, please. Cover your nose and your mouth with your mask. We are asking you, please do so. On the queue, social distance I give only molo namu. Keninge gopa. Okay. Buandate.
Kibirua Mudise Maruma Hai. Kebereka mo Mafiken local municipality. President, Re chairperson, Re Papela. Utlisitse motoko Mafiken local municipality. Obereka teng udilejo kontraka 3 months. Ene motho ha tsena sentle gwaka ka tse ditsamaiso tsa phiru. So re batla go botsa gore aha o le minister go re khona go tisa motho la go di masipaleng a hiriwa a sa hirwi sentle. Sa bobe president Mafikeng local municipality ga gona di services go di trackere di TLB di lorry di khona go ema ka taere a taere. So president ke ikopela ya ke di modise gore ha o ka krea tshono feta fela go industrial side o go bona ela gore koloi tse di emeng kwa service delivery a ya direga mo Mafikeng. Sa boraro president ke kopa gore dio tsetsa di administration go di masipaleng re kopa go di fedise ka re administration di a tsena go di masipaleng ha di sima go tsena go di masipaleng ha ba tsama ha gona report e re kry-ang gore ba khonne nga ba khona se se re bontshang gore ba tlela go senya le bone di administration tseo. So di masipala go na le corruption go di masipaleng. Ke bua I'm a union member, I'm a shop steward go masipaleng go Mafikeng local municipality. So president ke kopa gore o etele Mafikeng local municipality o bone gore go diragala because people are suffering go ntlepwa wena o ka itse gore masipala go rana sentle. We are not happy because the community members, we are employees. So, because society is a better life for all. So, about to vote, benefit.
Thank you very much. Number 2, Gemeo. Bua mama. 1 person, 1 point, please. Kabo Khutwan.
Madume mo president. Ke lebogela tshono ya gore o bo khonne go nnaga. Ke ward committee ke ntse ke le ward committee for I'm doing my 2nd term as a ward committee. Re leka gore re nne part of the solution mare go apala. Batho ba rumiwang ba ba ko pele ba ba mo di officing ba ba mo teng ga puso re ba kwalwa makwalo ba golo ba kwala ba ngongorega ba re ba kwalle makwalo le ona ra isa jaaka basha batho ba they don't have the best interest of the community in their heart. Batho ba duletse tšhelete so ha gona sepe se se ka tswellang ka pele ka batho ba sena lerato ka batho mare ba re ba bereka ka batho. How bereka ka batho simolla o nne le lerato la batho re tla re bone ba simolotse pele bontsi ba batho ga ba tswe mo the ruling party because they are unemployed. We are unemployed but we can't go anywhere else because we foresee the future in the ruling party. Re tswa ka ntlheng ya gore ba re ntsha ebile ba re bolella gore bone ba tlhopa mang ke na le makwalo a bontshang the coalition gore what happened gore go simolle go rona re ntshitswe hela go dira le bolella le tlhopa reo. Why our constitutional rights are being stepped down? In an African National Congress because I'm going to submit these letters today and say what the national votes because we are your solution. We are the youth. Please take us into consideration. bana ba bona re le ko pele ba tla itumela. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Then Kiakakwale. Buandate, eba ona moskwa ya khona.
President, a ke go leboge.
Bua lebitso la hao ne?
Lebitso la ka ke Simon Utukile. Go tswa mo O21 mo Majemantsho mine. Ke leboga President mme ga ke batle go mo kgorontsha. Motho wa kopiwa nako nngwe. Ya lo nna ke tla ka go kopa President o le motho o mogolo. Re fiswa ke letsatsi ha re tshwantse re tlo go tsenya di Imbizo. Se ne ke se kopa hela ko gore ha re batle go fiswa ke letsatsi ka gore re batla ha re na community hall. Point number 1. Point ya bobedi, ga pula di nele mo presidente ba kgekole borre le bomme ke batho ba bagolo ba tshwantse ba go tsa medication go ya sepetlele. Di tsela ha pula e nele ga di tsamege. Ambulance ga e kgone go tsena ka go gare ga motse. Point number 2, re na le bothata ba metsi. Ke bua ke le mo O21 Majemantsho go tsena ko Majemantsho mine ko merakeng. Puso e leng teng gona no ya borre ba ba leng teng ba re tlhometse ditanka tsa water sanitizer. Since from last year they've never filled it until today. So it's a challenge to you, President. Please, we just ask. We don't force you, we just ask. Number 4, job creation. We have a problem of job creation in our community. There is a guy coming from Limpopo. It gives us problem, that thing. We don't know who organized that job. Mare morilon tsotso tle tse ke di buang tse ka go ya holo go na le di-skills batho ba ba gang mo motseng mo ba itse go aga diholo mara re tsela batho ba ba tswang kgakala ditsela go tlabe go tseiwa batho ba ba kgakala ba tla gore bankanyetsa ditsela re na le dithulusi tse di ka bankanya ditsela mo ngaka modiri molema dilo tseo di a re tshwenya mme ga re batla go lwana re lwantsha puso Rera kopa president ke la mele.
After this one.
Da. Barimini. Ubua le popitswai. Mo mahikeng. Ke nna popitswai re matemela. Comrade Babel. O sentse Imbizo ka di line. Mare ke tla tswa mo. President Cyril Ramaphosa, welcome to Ghost Town Mafikeng. You are welcome to Ghost Town Mafikeng. Here in Mafikeng is no longer a capital city. It's no longer a town. Akitsi ka re wa bona re ke di shopo fela tsa makula mo Mahikeng. Mahikeng e senyegile. Ke ngwanyana wa Motswana o ke tswang ko motseng wa Setswana ko di Shabong. Ke tlo go bua ka di property tsa Bophutatswana tse di nyellang mo Mahikeng tse leng gore ke bo swa ba rona. Ke kopa gore whoever is entitled on selling those properties, hands off to our properties. And then number 2, ke batla go bua ka women in business. Last time ke utlwile o bua gore ko Cape Town kwale government ka se create di job and then the SMMEs, small entrepreneurs ba tlamehile ba create di job so that unemployment rate in South Africa must decrease. I'm one of those people. Don't forget me. How se tsontsa tšhelete. Number 3, ke batla go botsa gore Eskom, what neighboring countries around South Africa, are those neighboring countries are the batala electricity? Because I'm aware of Eskom, if a neighbor neighboring countries electricity, whereas here in South Africa, re bolawa ke load shedding, and then the fees le tsone di ile, di tariffs di ile ko godimo. So Mr. President, I have a trust in you because I know gore o badile o botlhale Mr. Matamela. Number 4 yaka, I'm asking myself as a concerned South African citizen, what is happening in Ukraine and Russia. Now I can see there's a lot of Chinese here in South Africa. And those Chinese, how China, you can't even see the atmosphere. You can't even see the sun. So, most South Africa, that time mirroring Chinese go back home. Nah, because already all African 11 languages in South Africa. Yabo fight, Mr. President. Yabo fight, Mr. President. Hona le pleke hate Moefontein. Moefontein was a small town. Inenale banka enale feme khulimiwa. Ke kopa hore Moefontein itsusiwe ka hore ke pleke ya rona ya dishabo ne re phela ka yone, especially farming. Ke a leboga nda.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. My name is Taupalinu Belo. I'm the chairperson of the Bokonibo Perima Amalgamated Business Forum. I've got only 3 points to raise with you, Honorable President. The economy of the Northwest is actually spent outside other provinces. It's going to other provinces on a regular basis in terms of the tenders. In fact, what I'm saying, we are pleading for your immediate assistance that the economy, the economy of the Northwest will be brought back to and being spent or empower the local contractors in the Northwest. The other issue is there's a situation in the municipality of Mafike. There's a the High Court ruling that the municipal manager in that institution has been appointed fraudulently so. But the current council is unable to implement the High Court decision. Instead of doing that, they are being tactical about the truth. So we are pleading for your assistance, Mr. President, to ensure that the businesses the tenders here in the Northwest benefit the people who reside in the Northwest. Lastly, Mr. President, Comrade Bushi for the chairperson of the ANC, Amanda, provincial chair, Amanda.
We are out of order. This is a government gathering. We are pleading with you. You are out of order. This is a gathering of the people of Nagamundiri, from all affiliations of all sorts, from various different backgrounds. So please, ANC matters, will deal with them in the ANC. They don't belong to this government environment. So if you look about orderly and disciplined people, Kalukopa. Yabubedi, we have realized first of all, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Premier. On the queue, Hotletse batho ba Mahikeng. Because Mahikeng in near to 800 of the gathering. And then there are other municipalities, Rato, Tswaing, Ramaphosa, Ditsobota. They can't speak because Mahikeng is dominant. So now the next time when I call, after you are the two of you, Kitoli Bitaka the municipality. Because it's a district. The district we are visiting is the Ngaka Mwidiri district. Other districts, but Leono supporter. That's Imbizo Tangolona. Lelona letagra chance alona go district in Zalo. So we'll only deal with the 5 municipalities, but kitlo itwa magambo lona gamo. Then ke tla bitsa 2. Then now next round, ke lo le bitsa ka masepala. Bua number 1 ka mo le 2. 1 le 2 bua. Ke tlo le bitsa ka next round, don't worry.
Dumela, President and the entourage ya gagwe, the Premier and entourage, all protocol observed. Nna ke Mantile Mabale, ke moagi, ke Mantile Mabale, ke moagi wa mo Mahikeng, mo Montshiwa, mo Unit 1. President, re lla ka motlakase. Motlakase o fetsa 3 days, o seyo. Go ba go go utswitswe transformer ene go na le balwetse ba diswikiri ba ba tsenyang electricity ba ba tsenyang injection ka mo di fridge so batho ba ba suffer bao. Secondly, ke metsi. President ha gona metsi ha tle metsi this morning at like 8 ha ke bua le wena na metsi is gone ene metsi ha tla a le shwe. How can you go on? How can you go touch a kawana? How can you go dira sepe ka metsi a leshe ao? Ke motlakase ke metsi Savitri President Mahikeng it tlatse ka di swimming pool. Those swimming pools are the potholes. There are so lot of the potholes mo Mahikeng. The tire tsa di koloi tsa ona di fedile. When I want to buy a tire in Mafikeng, they say my tire is very expensive. I have to go to Klerksdorp or Rustenburg. That's Mafikeng. And the president, how can I meeting or what the councillors? Councillors, we don't know them. It's only one councillor, everyone Tempo. Tempo okana go tsenya meeting le rona. And Mafikeng a failing president. We need regular Rakopa, the drama said it in Matakal. Nowhere to be found. Mafikeng is very dirty. Tata. Ele shwe. Okare has capital town. Mafikeng. Raleboga president. Ke tsona tse ke batla mo tsamaka tsone tse. Especially mutakase the potholes. Lele shwe. Mafikeng is very dirty.
Thank you very much, Mama. Mama. Okay. Before Kiyaka Mona and Gitolibizaka di Maspala now. Legamoke Ekeboya Gilibizaka di Maspal. However, before Gilibiza, the next group Igamo. Kikopa Litware Maiko Agsoba Vizikiagakwa. Twara Maiko. Okay. Emma Onamo. But before Bua, Hona Lentate Uduti Mona, Ranaleva Tuvana and Lore Banali disability. Our Hono Emma go Q. So I get on meter, Kikopalemo or Mike, so also a Mike, Kiola Mod. So that Luna Lokonang, Hoema, Laema. Yana ako not join a modicue. Okabuan tate.
Dumela ma Afrika. Ile hatsela rona le. Ba gaetso na ke tlhaga ko Greater Taung. Ke tlhaga ko a rural area. Lina la me ke Mojaki Diamond Atong. Me ha ke le ko Taung. I worked in the Faculty of Agriculture. So se ke batla go se highlight ha ke batla go bua dilo tse dintsi. Ke ne ke batla gore hela ke re Taung ba gaetso e tumile thata ka agriculture. Me batho ba Taung le bana ba Taung are unemployed, most of them. Ka nako ya ha ke ne ke dira ko teng ka 1980 to 87. The faculty was very progressive. They reproduced a lot of extension officers, a lot of degree students and diploma students in animal health.
mme se ke batla go se bua ka nako e ke gore di dintsi dilo tse re di tlhokang kwa mme ke batla go highlighta fela 1 point ka ntlheng ya nako gore agriculture is needed in Taung. We need to train or skill young people ko Taung gore ba kgone ba tsene mo agriculture. Taung e na le mathata mme ke dumela gore government, president, the minister of agriculture ba ka kgona gore thusa. They can be able to help us to redevelop Taung as it used to be, an agricultural center. So ke kopa gore ba gaetso ya ka re a bua nna ke tswa ko Taung mme ke mo Mafikeng ya no go buiwa hela ka Mafikeng ya no nane ke re I just want to highlight gore ke bue le presidente ke bue le minister of agriculture gore re tlhoka thuso.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hona le ba neng gore ba respondile to kopo ya ka ya gore ngwalang ke ya mogetse lengwalo le tswang ko Lillian Gantsho wa ko hot 11 mara a bua gore hot 11 ya masipala offing taba tsa gago ke tsena mona ke tla di fitisa ko tafoleng ba tla di tshwara o ka o dula fatshe hape ke na le lengwalo le tswang ko Ana Dipholo wa hot 8 from Fairduel number 1 le wena he taba tsa o di teng mona ke tla di fitisa ke di se mola ba bang le batlang go ngwala le leng ko khiyong e tsang yalo re tla acknowledge ba tla di beya mole by the time the minister a di responda le president a bua tla be ba se ba badile taba tsa lona because ba sebeletsa bona di minister ya. Thank you very much. Ke tlo kopa mo khiyong ena ba ifo ba tswang ko ratlo a re so lutlo le bua ba ifo ba ratlo and hele no re le ratlo ke tlo bitsa address le village gore tswa village eng efeng and if ba sa dumele gore e teng village o ka lebitso it means one ropa ke tlo kopa o fekele mo wa skipa se yellow ratlo ya ratlo number 2 ratlo Ken ya number 2 ratlo number 3 o ka mme a go be le mme o one mo ratlo. Okay, ke kreile ba ratlo bontate ba itereka mo le mme o one wa ka ratlo ka mo ratlo bua he skela o manyana mo skela o manyana ke lebitse ke ba biditse ka masipala le tla bue ntate e mafela yalo o tla bua ntate don't worry ke sa bia tla masipala wa ratlo
dumelang ke nna la ki bojang
o tswa kae
ke tswa ko masipaleng wa ratlo ko wa 13
king village ha o lebitse
sorry
lebitso la village ha o ke eng
ke Madibogo RDP
okay e teng ke a itseba bua
ebile ke simolela ka go kwatisiwa ka gore nna ke na le bogole ba gaetsho ke bua jaana ke re motla se ga batho ba nang le bogole ne a sale ke fetsa matric wa me ke be ke nna le bogole ne ke krele bogole bo ka ke ntse ke feditse sekolo ne ke lekile go batla mmereko ke lekile go applya e kete ano nna sefane sa ka gore ke bojang ha seo mo departmenteng ma seo go dipalamenteng na ke kgone go hiriwa le a go tlhagelela di leadership ha ke kgone go tsewa ke tsengwa go gongwe next mare ga ke sheba gore di ha re bereka grando re teng gona bolati re bereka grando re ntse re thusana re bereka grando re ra door to door every time I like door to door tse gona bolati re leng ko pele re bereka door to door ya ANC because of why re rata ANC so batho ba ba tshotsweng ba phewa mo pele go godimo batho ba ba ntse ba re tlhekefetsa ga ba re thusi ka se so ke dilo tse le ke Mr President o diele tlhoko le minister wa police batho ba nang le bogole ba setse ebile ba tseiwa ba nyadiwa re kgona go bitswa digwele re bitswa gore digwele re bitswa gore kore ga go sa tlhotse gote motho o ke motho o nang le bogole gate motho gate o segole se mafoko a yalo a feleletsa a re frustrata maloba ka lebaka la go kwata motho a ba nthare ke segole a nthare ke sekgole ebile nna ga ke na le monona ke feleditse ka lebaka la go kwata ke be ke kwatela ke bentsha gore motho o no ka gore ke na le bogole mme ela ke paralyzed ke feleditse ke molwantse ga a fetsa nna gape ke a tshwarwa so ke kopa hela go Mr. President o go bua le bone ko ra tlo kwano ka gore laji ga la bereka le before makhansela ga ntse a tsena o be re ke le makhansela a la kgalantse a le teng a la pele mara gompieno ga isa ba ke le sepe na o kana le EPWP ga se ke beretse gopela mara ke ntse ke le monosi ke ntse ke utlwa serame sa ANC ya go te amandla ke ntse ke awethu mo serame ke itse serame sa ANC ba ga etsho
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Number 2, Ratlo. Buago Romang Otago villaging effing or hot man.
Kale boha ke tapele. Lina la meje ka giso mo kolare. Ke tswa wat 80 ka go Ratlo municipality.
Ko villaging effing.
Tshwarelo
Village.
Krepani village.
Okay.
Ko marogo a welente. Ke kopa gore disaster management e ke re etele. Ditsela tse di epegileng tsotlhe tsela se marogo fela. Go a le tsela e mentse maphelo a batho kgapetsa le kgapetsa. Jara le jara. Ke kopa gore disaster management e re etele tsela le bone letsatsi. Ntlha e nngwe go gore basha ba rona bontsi go meseselegaeng ba sokoletse ruri. Ne ke re economical liberation a e ke e be reality. Basha ba kgone go tshabelwa ke letsatsi, basha ba kgone go bereka. Moetapele president o rata go dirisa with immediate effect. Go na le sosa SIU report. Se sa le sentse se tsene se tlhagelela mo dikganyeng go sa tle gore seo se implementiwe. Ne ke re se kgone gore se implementiwe ke tapele with immediate effect gore borukhutli bo kgone go boela ko morago. Economy ya rona e kgone go ema basha ba bereke. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga. Number 3, Ratlo. Ratlo.
Dumela re presidente ke me pona tsago setlhare ko setlagole setlhwatlhwe ko masepaleng wa Ratlo ko 13 re mo presidente rena re la thata ko setlagole setlhwatlhwe re na le bothata jwa dikolo secondary ya rona o ka se dumele gore ke a bana ba ba ko godimo ba secondary ha wa go tsena ko Kgotsishope high secondary o tlhabiwa ke ditlhong go na le gore go a go sekolo kampa ga go tsewa di-container di a go tladiwa kono kwa go irelwa bana ba kolo se se tonna dio tse di maswe tseo ke lebogetse tsatsi la gompieno gore be re na le wena sa bobedi ke bridge dibese ga di tlolele ko setlhwatlhwa go isa bana ko sekolong bana ba rona ba pagolwa ko godimo ga molapo because bridge bo wetse ke mathata a re nang le one presidente ke kopa batho ba dirang ko pele o ba romela ko go rona gore ba re direle ba tle gole go lasaganya marogo a rona ba ire dikhutiela ka mosho bike e tlang a pula ena gape e bile go wetse nna ke video pona tsego ko disability ya bokamoso disability center ko setlhwatlhwe ko Ratlo ke chairperson ya disability bile ke forama ya disability ya Ratlo.
Thank you very much, Mama. Good example. There's number 4, Yaratlo Gam. Or Willemon. Yo, oh, me, oh, yeah, that one, yes.
Kale Bukhara. Lina laka ki nomthandazo Magau. Ke tswa ke le ko Ratlo municipality ko Ward 7 ko Madibogopane. Ke a leboga re presidente le re rotloeditse gore re dire di-cooperatives ka gore ga go na le botlhokatiro re na le mathata mo dimasepaleng tsa rona ke hirilwe ke organization ya NGO ke bereka as coordinator re butse di-projects ko Ratlo municipality ra ba ra bula di-project ko Tswaing ko Ratlo municipality re na le mathata a gore ga re kgone go assistiwa re na le di-project tsa di-piggeries batho ba ba butseng di-project tsa di-piggeries ga ba na kitso ka dikolobe re tlhoka agriculture gore assist re tlhoka social development go thusa di-project tsa rona tsa di-bakeries gore ba kgone go nna le kitso ya di-training gore di-project di kgone go gola. Ko Tswaing municipality re na le bothata ba di-site. Ha re batla di-site, di-project di a shwa. Ba re bolelela gore di-site di mo Ngaka Modiri Molema. Go batla ga di-title deed. So ke na le 10 years ke berekela organization e re na le di-project tse di sa goleng ga gona ko di yang teng di feletsa di shule ka gore ga re tlhoke go assistiwa. Re kopa o bue le department tse di masepala gore ha re kokota mo go bone ba kgone go thusa di-project tsa rona. Ke a leboga. Amen.
Thank you very much. Nna ke ya ko Tswaing. Ba ifo ba ko Tswaing mo queuing e Thukamo. I wanna Tswaing, please. Hi, but one mic, come out. Oh, yeah, we're not Tswaing. We're not Tswaing. So I am open. My gang, they dominated the previous session. They five other municipalities for now. Tswaing, number 1, number 2, and Tswaing, number 1, number 2.
I'm number 1 and I'm speaking here. No, thanks very much, Deputy Minister. I am Dika Hopule from Tswaing local municipality, Ward 2. I'm going to speak on the project of the provincial government. The project of provincial government, they don't belong to any business forum, it must be noted. So whoever who organized themselves in a name of business forum and claiming to support the premier, they must know, premier, that they are going to dump you, that they dump previous premiers. As young people, we are not going to affiliate in any business forum. We are going to open companies, and if is any business advertised in government platforms, everybody must apply according to whether they qualify for that business or not. We are not going to be gatekept by business forum in the name of supporting the premier. It's not going to happen. That is why even yesterday we came here to demand businesses opportunities for young people. We are not going to consult any business forum. They rather kill us if they want to. That's number 1. Number 2, on behalf of young people of Ngaka Modiri Molema, because of I happen to be the spokesperson of the ANC Youth League in this region, and I can't take leave from myself because of it happens to be a provincial program. Young people in form of students, those who graduated in institutions of higher learning, microcosms of the society and centers of knowledge production. They graduated there, but because of the issues of resources, their certificates, President, they are still held by the institution. So they can't find employment because of certificates of these people are still there, old as 2010. So I don't know whether the minister is here, Dr. Blating Zimande, to address such issues. Give students certificate. If they find employment, they will go and pay institutions back. Because of those people, they are casualties of nyaupe and drug abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 2, Tswaing. You must be from Tswaing.
Tswaing, Papa.
Tswaing na.
Tswaing.
Mbutse hot ya bua he.
Tswaing mo Jakra. Go Jakra la. Re tlhoka ditiro. Na le bothata ba sekolo, na le bothata ba clinic. Ene ke 8 kilos go tloga mo Jakra la. Go ya go toropong.
Ema pele hanyane ntate. Ke kopa ba rasang ka mo mrawa ha ba thule tu. Yaanong se ba o drown a re sa utlwa. Ra kopa ba gaetso gore se ke la rasa mo dikhweng. Teng o ka tswela pele.
Okay, bothata ba rona ke bone bo ene go kwa re dula mo mekhukhu ha pula ena metsi a re tserelela maloba ka pula e tona elwe bo me ba bedi ba tswa go tsa bana ba tsamaile le metsi a thubile mokhukhu go tase mme ha re wa uka ngwana a lela kontle go re dula nteng kwa ke bothata la bagolo ene re dula ba ma dula mo teng ga matlwambu so ga ba dula mo teng ga matlwambu a ba wela so se re khosa bothata ene ha re bitsa clinic ga re bitsaneng di-elements gore re kgone gore thusa gore re kgone gore thusa ga batle ka nako ka tota le rona gore dulang teng metsi a pila diforo tse di kana la ke le mo teng ga yone fore o ka sempone go na le dibese le tsone di teng gale di tsaya bana ene be seperitsa di a tla le tla click for bana ba bangwe ebile ga ba kgone go dula mo godimo ga ditilo ga di tsamaya ntse di šoela ya rena le bothata gape le ka bana ba rona ba sekolo ke ne ke re ntate Ramaphosa ke ne ke go kopa gore go ise go direga mo go tonanyana ka one mase a gompone re nang le one anwa le re direle mogau le bone gore re dirang ka bana ba rona ka gore bana ba rona ka moso re itha gore ke bone bokamoso ba rona jaanong mo ke sa itšhang teng bagolo ke ne ke boana ka maina a mararo amen
Ke a leboga. And then ke ya ka mole now ema mo anyane e santsene le tswaing 1 and 2 fela tswaing yana di cute la isenya ke le mole tswaing ke le mole ema nganyane bua ntate o bua gore tswa go hot man ko tswaing o mang ko hot man ko tswaing.
Okay. Speaking here, Mr. President, ki Oteng Machwisa from Tswaing Ward 2. Ki bua ya ka mo tlatsa modula stilo wa CPA ya Barolong ko ga Khunwana. Ke be ke re mo malobeng re nnile le tšhono ya go kopana le ministera Thokodidiza gore a tlo go re thusa ka diketsaetsego tsa di CPA by the time while we are targeting our community development. So re nnile le thuso e ntle le tsereganyo e ntle ke re ke tsena kwe ke mo lebogele matsapa ga go dira jalo. So in the meantime, Mr. President, gore ke se ka tsana ko e telele ya gago ke ne ke re ke kope monyetla o gore o ko re thuse ka matlole o ko re thuse ka di interventions ka gore nka se kgone go bua dio tsotlhe as we speak, but I would like to jot a letter to you to describe all my matters where ke tla fila ke le safe gore I can communicate to you directly without ke nna le ketsaetsego ya gore ga ke kgone go tlhalosa dilo tse ke batlang go di bua ka nako eo. The other thing, agriculture, Mr. President, I would like us gore re kopane re thusane ka lebaka la gore we have situations in Khunwana while we are losing a lot of water whereby we should be saving it for purposes gore re kgone go nna le kotlalo ya metsi e lekaneng le go tswalla pele ka go tlhola ditiro jalo le jalo. So my last words, President, ga ke bua le wena jaaka president of the ANC, I would like you to intervene on matters of the PLC that we had, that we are outstanding with the result of everything. So by the way, I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Number 2, Tswaing, then Genali announcement after that. Otswago Tswaing ne papa. Sorry, kinkile tukamo and kinga tukamo orderly. Kya balance ki tuya kamo kinkile, yana kinga tuya we two ole kamol. Olukile rumamele mod.
O buang mona ki Butimureki ke mongwe wa contractor tsa Vukupila ke nngwe ya di program tse le di le mona nang la puso la go develop di emerging contractors financially ho ya no ke ra le bothata ba le gore salary ya le bona ka 2013 ho tswa 2013 go fitlhela hona ya no re sokola ha re gone go thusiwa ke public works ya re faila public works re faitse hohle so ga ko pa tla Ramaphosa hle president ya rona o bohlale o na le shebelo pele ke kopa gore ntate o ko lokise bothata ba rona re lekile go ya ko ofising ya gago re paletswe re tswa ko go ofising ya Mokwebane re paletswe re tswa ko ofising ya the Patricia Dilile re tlholeile jaanong ka gore ke bo teng ke nagana gore o tlo re thusa ke ane ke a tshepa gore tla re thusa ntate ke a tseba gore o tla re thusa ke bona breakthrough a ko shebile so o tla bona phunyeletso ke a leboa ntate ke tshwere envelope e ke ene ke batlang go e fa ntate Ramaphosa ya ditsela tse re tsamaile le dingongora di gona mo ke kopa o mo fa yona ntate ha ke fetsa o mphe lekwalo la gore ke lo bolelela ba ba madi-contractors gore ntate Ramaphosa o amogetse ditletlebo tsa rona ke a leboa
Ke lebogile. Mamelang announcement ya nonkie. O lokile mamela pele before o ka re Mahikeng. Mamelang. Mahikeng ba buile ba le 13. Tswaing ba buile ba le 4. Ratlou ba buile ba le 4. Ramotshiremilwa ha iso bue. So yano Mahikeng already dominated the agenda. 13 of you spoke. So Arifen Ramotshiremilwa chance ya bona. Then re tla bo abaso bue. Ya bobedi. Ditsobotla ba ifo ba buile in that round le Mafikeng. Ba buile ba ditsobotla in that round ba le 4. So emanganyane he. So sub-region Kamba district eso not district Masipala also buing ke Ramotshiremilwa. So ke tlo ya ko bona. Le bona ke nke 4 ko bona. Re ke fetse. Mamelantu. Ar mamelaneng. Now Q itelle ka mo le kamo. And raitsi gore le batla ho bua. Mara rule ya ka ya 1 person 1 point ipadile. Now batho ba buileng ba nkile nako banka nako. Ke tla tla ko Ramotshiri, don't worry. And then ka 3 o'clock re lo fedisa di questions. Hi re 3 o'clock. Because President o tshwantse na tlo bua and then President le di ministers ba santsane ba tlo araba. A re batle letsatsi le subele le mo. So ra le kopa tswetswe gore re dumelane ka lenaneo le re ka se bui kaofela mara re mo meeting kaofela. And then ba mphileng di points mo ke tla le acknowledge. Re ke ko Ramotshiremilwa 1 2 ka mona and then 3 4 Ramotshiremilwa. Only vote ko Ramotshiremilwa. Silence.
Hello.
Modula stilo ke a leboga Ramotshiri ke kopa fela gore
lebitso le hot ya ga go Ramotshiri. Ke la rasa tu please.
Mokhatla from Ramotshiri Kopani ke kopa gore to create jobs as the government, let all public let all vacant public posts, 7 posts, let them be filled. All of them in municipality, in all, acting positions. So that's how the government can create jobs to alleviate unemployment. Sabubedi, ke Northwest, is a cash cow. Saburaru, ke this University of Northwest, this major is the only university. All universities, Mpumalanga, Solplaki, they have not merged. Only this one Mafican campus and all services, they are purchased through. That's the key. This major, Yako Medusa is dismissed. This is the only one. 1973, we contributed 5 cents, 10 cents to build this university. Ya lebo.
Lebogile number 2, Ramotshiremilwa. Lebitso le hot ya gago Ramotshiremilwa.
Ramotshiremilwa as boikanyo nna ne ke botsa gore president a mme gone di-premier tsotlhe tse di fetileng di palelwa ke go rarabolola bogosi ba dinokana rona re mo tseleng ya N4 kgapetsa tsela ya tswalwa premier tsotlhe tse di fetileng ga di se di tsetsia bogosi ba dinokana ande Ramotshire ke bogosi bo botona sa bobedi tsela e tswala ka mabaka gore masepala wa ga Ramotshiremilwa ga meiara ya ko filteng a re masepala ga ona tšhelete presidente ke kopa o fe Ramotshiremilwa di-fund tseo di kgone go rana plekele because e dirisa tsela ya N4 ke tsela e tona e supplyang ke kopa re tsibogele se tsela e phela e tshubiwa ya Ramotshiremilwa ga o sa rarabolle botshelo bo tsela e la N4 e tla phela ntse e tuka ke a leboga.
Thank you. Ramotshiremilwa number 1 ka mo queuing e.
Ntate. Bona rona ga le re tse
so recognize ntate.
Ga le re recognize rona di hawkers sa ko toropong tse hlopheha. Ha hona motho a buang ka di hawkers. Di informal traders. Batho ba se be ba bo mona. Bongata ba bona.
O mang lebitso la ga o buela mokgatlo ofe?
Ke buela forum ya di informal traders ko Mafikeng. Hona jwano.
Mamela ntate he. Ke tla go dumella mara e manyane. Mahikeng ba buile ba le 15.
Mara.
Now the masepala tse ding di teng fa mo ngaka modiri molemo. Le bona tshwantse re ba fe monyetla akere. Wa dumela?
Ke a dumela gore ke fete hona tše before ke fete hona no fast. Ke a o kopa ntate o be.
O ka bua 1 point mara Mahikeng le tla boya ko roundong e nako e dumela re feng Ramotshiremilwa nako
ke number ya madi south wa kwa Mafikeng ya no
mo fa felletse mara bua ka bokhutswane re gone felletsa Ramotshiremilwa
ntwe ke kopang ke gore rona ga re finansiwe ga re thuswe ka next di hawkers re rekisetsa mo strateng re nelwa ke pula letsatsi le tšhesa dintho tsa rona ene ga re ntse re dutse mo strateng go na le batho ba re utswetsang go na le batho ba thuba mo dikoloing batho bao ra ba itse batho bao mapodisi ba ba itse batho bao ba di-drugs ba rekisang di-drugs mapodisi ba ba itse ga bana taba le bona ba ba tshwara ba ba tlogela magistrate wa ba tlogela e tla nna pina e one e kgo ya gore no evidence ke a kopa le tseyeng le tsende e ska ba lip service ntate dilo tse di answer ska ba lip service
Thank you. Kisam Michael, Squatter Malone. Ramotshiremilwa 1 and 2.
Ramotshiremilwa lina la ka ke dina ke motona. Ke tswa ko Ramotshiremilwa. So ke tswa ko Ramotshiremilwa. Ke a leboga bagolo leina la ka ke dina ke motona ke tswa ko Ramotshiremilwa ne ke kopa presidente le remape mo provinceng ba re thuse we are in the cannabis space so president o fetso bua mo soba le premier na fetso bua mo sona re na le stole mo ntle mo le president re kopa o fete mo stolong sa rona sa sida re supportiwa ke sida we are the first 2 permit holders sa cannabis from the SAPRA, first SAPRA, and then now the licensing Department of Agriculture. So Rukopar for support, we are happy the Department of Agriculture is trying, but they are moving slow. Rukopar Jarair Berry Planta, Risimolo Planta, we have lost investment and also potential of foreign investment. Thank you so much.
Ramotshiremilwa kamo, please, Spafamu to Michael, if I'm an announcement yaga ya lemala la bona hore nako ya tsamaya. Ramutserimilwa go setse 2. 2 ya Ramutserimilwa, please.
Hello. Hello, ke mokgadi go tswa kwa Ramotserimilwa. Ka bua ke mokgadi go tswa kwa Ramotserimilwa. Bagolo ke kopa le nkutlweleng ke fa presidente molaetsa. Ke kopa le mphe nako ke fa presidente molaetsa. Presidente, ke tlo go fa kganya ko Ramotserimilwa. Ke na le point tse 3 president o ntebeletse ke a bo fa molaetsa.
Bua mama.
Ke ausiwo. Kganya ke tlo go fa kgang tse 3 tsa ko Ramotsiri. Number 1, ke gore administration ya tseneng ya masepala e kry-ile go le mathata mo masepaleng. Ga ba kgone go move, ga ba kgone go ira sepe, ga ba kgone go ntsha ditirelo. Ka nako e leng gore ba le ba tshwanetse ba tswe, e be ba tsenya di-MM ba di-extendela di-contract. So ga ba ire sepe se administration ya gona nonyana e ka se dirang. Ke fa president. Number 2, president. Ko Ramotsiri e ka re ga ba utlwa son affidavit e no ba file yone gore o ithaopa o le yang o le mo councilor. Go se go na le digongwana tse di tla disturbang council go fa delivery mo bathong. Ke kopa gore le attende premier. Ya boraro ko Ramotsiri ya bofelo e batla ministera Mbalula. Ke batla ntebelle ke mmolelle ntate Mbalula, re na le mathata. Transnet e tsene ko Ramotsiri. Transnet e ko Ramotsiri. Transnet e hira bana mo motseng. Bana ba tlisiwa. Mara Transnet e tla e feletse ka recruitment from other provinces. Ga ba hiri sentle. Ke kopa gore ntate Mbalula a attende sose. Ke a
Okay,
leboga.
ke a leboga. Mamelang, a go sana order, and we cannot allow a disorder in a meeting. So re tlo kopa he. No, a ke sa bitsa mabitso. A ke sa bitsa mabitso because a le order le ya no. La itshenyetsa. Ke lona le itshenyetsang, la screamer, la pushana, le tsa gore ya non re kwale mo. Ka hobane is of disorder. Le tsa noise, la rasa, and then la pushana. A hintle ntho eo. Ke kopa le be orderly. Mamelang. Re tlo kopa hore all right, Mamelang, batho ba tshwereng di-mic, ke kopa le keneng ko passageng by 5 le kwa le ka kwa le ha ditafole. Tloga mo a go sana di-mic mo re di batlang mo. Tsamayang batho ba di-mic, yang ko morago kwale. Ba tshwereng di-mic, please tsamaya ya kwa exit ele le exit e. A go sana mic mo. All right, so tsamang lo dula hatse ke tla le botsa order e le tla buang ka yona, dulang fatshe. Re tla bua ke tla tla ko yona. I'll come to it. Tsamang lo dula fatshe. Di mic a di sa le yo mo. And le lona ke kopa le boele morago. Ka kwa le ha ditafola, boela morago. Batho ba di mic ba ka kwa ba sa le yo mo. Ya ka kwale. Boela morago hape, boela morago. Ko pillar number 2. Ya mo pillar number 2 ele bot. Yang morago mo pillar number 2. Ya tente. Boela morago mo pillar number 2. Boela morago batho beso, please ra le kopa. Boela morago. Boela morago hapa le so fetse na pillar number 2. Yang go pileng ele ya bobedi ele. All right. Whilst le boela morago, re na le batho ba ileng gore ba ngwetse. Re batlo le acknowledge and di taba tse le di ngwetseng mo le ngwaletse president kaofela lona. So ke tlo le acknowledge. Ya pele e tswa ko Chick D Busang. A ngwala hot ya hae. O nwetse number ya hae, at least ba na le di number tse leng tsa dikarabo ba tla di latella from the presidential hotline. And tse ding ba tla di condenser into a report e tla re fang the response. So ke di challenges tsa di communities tse leng gore wa di bontsha di taba tsa di IDs le taba tsa di skills development. Engwe e tswa ko ke lebogile ga o shubelwe wa go ho 21 ko Mahikeng o na le di number tsa gago o la ka taba ya JBV, gender based violence, gore government ga e bua ha motho sa tlhokofetse, ha e bue ka prevention, re a reacta a re prevent. Hape o kenye taba ya LGBTQ I plus, and hape gore go na le taba ya age restriction, gore ge o se o le 35 years puso ha e sa o dumella gore o apply, and therefore batho ba leng over 35 and then ba leng over 70 years ga ba create ditshwanelo pusong ba ba busetsa morago. So go nkwa batjha fela. And then go na le Ward 1 ya Modimola village di bitswa ke Kibiditswe ga ba tsewe, a gona metsi, a gona ditsela, go na le di sinkholes, and then o bua hape le ka age le ena gore batho ba ileng gore ba over 36 wa re sa ba fe pension. I get Minister Little, I don't know what we are going to do with it. People who are over 36 years, because they can't get jobs in government, they must be given pensions. And then, honali, what committee member wa go Tswaing, ke Dr. Gilebogile, Mavis Modise wa go Hot 6. Lena ungwetse o kopa di internal roads di tsela tsa ka mohare ka mara metse. Ora hai aba di bone ba kopa di Apollo lights ko community ya bona, ba kopa di EPWP for the bu abuti le bo ausi ba bona ba sa sebetseng. O kopa maponisa gore ba thuse go batleng ge ba tshwanetse ba deal le crime. There are not enough resources, and then they get told that there are no cars, and therefore they say, please, police, can you then help them? Minister of Police is here. Okay, yeah. All right, now that there's order, we will then, the scribers, if you can, one or two of you come here. Scribers, or the leader of the scribers, please? Who is the leader of the scribers? Please, can you come closer to me? Our scribers, it's already petition in Magalukupa. So what is the suggestion by the ministers here? What are the issues? Distribute to the ministers each issue sabona, and then we set a bag so that we do the recording. Have a federal responder, but let you collect that from the ministers, and then they can then go back. Okay? Check out topic elements, then leave our thing, the ministers get the moon. Then only military veterans and ex-political prisoners. Only rep ya bona ba re ba batla go bua ke kopa rep a sotele. Rep etla. And then Mike, if I abuto this one kiyo ka mo mrawa gago. Ke ole we mi ka maoto. We metse the veterans. And then honali auswa Navcock. Kitokopa osotele lwana auswa Navcock otobua. What is in your member because we represent the association lwana out as an individual. Also not saying trying to go post hotel. Then ukabua military veterans and ex-political prisoners.
Thank you, Program Director. Ke leboge all Baba Tingfa and all protocol observed. I am standing here ke le lebogang Nomandi Chabi, representing the ex-political prisoners and the military veterans. Ke shwabisiwa fela ke nako e le gore re ifilwe because se e le gore re ke tswana ke gore ke se bua ka be se tlasa this makeye re bapela and ba ba go potapotile matona aka. I am one of the guys who overthrew the Bob government in 1988. I was tried and tested, sentenced to imprisonment for a period of 8 years, together with all the ex-political prisoners, Babadu Tsingfali, with the red t-shirts. We embarked on hunger strikes. Tse di ileng dia kripula le bangwe ba rona ba ileng gore they are ex-political prisoners. Ki itumella yana go bua yana because President Ramaphosa is fully aware of us. He once came to Odi Hospital, Anale Re Mandela, Rolihlahla Mandela. May his soul rest in peace. Anale Leon Vessels, Anale Repek Bota, the time we were on a hunger strike. He asked us to desist from the hunger strike because they are needing our services. Jaka Rele, people who fought for the liberation of this country. We're having ex-political prisoners who passed on. Renalebo Bushi Molefe. Bushi Molefe is one of the longest hunger strikers, not in the Northwest province, but in the world. It's alleged Hore Bobby Sands in London, who embarked on a hunger strike for about 61 days, is the longest hunger striker. But that's a myth. Bushi Molefe passed on because of brain hemorrhage. Similani had a pauper's funeral in Johannesburg as an ex-political prisoner. There are no benefits tse eleng gore ra di enjoya as ex-political prisoners. We are asking ourselves, why is that happening to us? All the other political prisoners are enjoying. Bana ba rona ba re botsa ko magaeng gore borra le le ba bangwe ba e leng gore lona le mo di-hunger striking. Why are you still suffering ka mokgwa lo sufferang ka teng? Whereas your fellow comrades ba phela maphelo a e leng gore ba a phela. Mr. Similane had a paupers funeral in Johannesburg. We had to go around, rekopa di donation in order for Similane must be buried. And there is nothing said about Similane. Se sengwe bontate, we're having our widows. Ba e leng gore they also don't benefit a thing out of the democracy e leng gore e teng gone yaanong mo South Africa. E rona re e lwanetseng as ex-political prisoners. Ke feta mo, ke ne ke kopa our president to intervene. The military veterans don't have benefits, and bontsi ba bone ke ba le ba dutse fale. Ga gona sepe sa di benefits tse e leng gore they are enjoying, especially that they fought also for the liberation of this country. After our release, there was a commission of inquiry established, which was called the Chulu Commission. Chulu Commission e buile gore we must be reinstated. But instead of being reinstated, most of us have been re-employed, thereby forfeiting the years of service. Tse e leng gore re le in prison ka tsone nako e re le ko prison.
Okay.
I forfeited 6 years of my service. Ke le mo government.
Thank you very much.
The recommendations of the Chulu commissions were never taken into consideration.
Thank you very much.
So ne ke kopa le yana ke santse go kopa re president, re kopa your intervention. There is a memo or submitted for your office, for your attention. Re kopa please, if it's possible, if you can assist us within 14 days, we'll really appreciate that.
Okay,
Each and every now and then, Hariako, the military archives, we are told that our files are lost. So we've lost our benefits. The military veterans don't benefit anything. It's a problem. Kenale mewa di widow, keneke kopa hore can't we slaughter it? Hore le ene abue on behalf of the widows.
Thank you very much.
Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Why ke modumetse o representa le kae magama o tuka ofela ma military veterans. He was representing that voice all together. Now they've spoken through him. They will not go to the queues, which is what I did. All right, so now Gitokopa Olowa one NAVCOG, Abuele, the association, Yabadi Khwaboka Ausun, or Rozamail. Okay. Rozamail. Okay. Mara petition Abanaite Mole, no problem. So Kitokopa Vadi Tobo Tabai for more Tugamo and Tugamo. Only this water for now. And then if I talk well, it will be 8 years. Kabanu for Engo Ibuile Eli. It's about Tugamo. Emangwa namole lentembua aus.
Ke tla le dumedisa o buang o ke Mphonku Makang go tla go Bodibe go ga Sehuba ba getsu ga sokola go ga Sehuba matlo a wele batho ha bana matlo ha re na metsi re nwa metsi ha ke tsileng re na le mine ha o hiri basha ba go ga Sehuba o tsa basha ba ba nnang kgakala ba ba dulang go boitsuseng di learnership ha di tswile ha ba re bolelle President re kopa thuso, Mayara, re kopa otle ko ga Sehuba, o tlo go bona matlotla pelo, a ra tshwereng ko ga Sehuba. Ha re tsamaya ko mo makhanselareng, gore matlo since matlo wa last year, le no yan, le batho ba disaster tot, ha isi batli, nix, ha ba isi ba kreila ile sepe, re kopa thuso ba getso, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Short and sweet. Number 2.
Dumelang bagolo o buang ke Michael Morwane ko Bodibe. So sa rona re na le sello se se tona ko Bodibe sa metsi since 2012. Re promisitswe metsi a yacht connection. Till today ha re na metsi ko Bodibe. Re dirile di follow up mo ngaka modiri molema re kopa metsi. Ba re promisa me fela ga ba diragatse se ba re promisang sona. Ne ke re today jaaka mo presidente a le teng fana, ne ke bua ke re ke kopa metsi ko Bodibe. Bagolo ba swa ke tloba boroko mo bagolong ba rona, ba romile rona. Ke tla gape mo maspaleng wa rona wa Ditsobotla, o re sa itseng gore ke maspala wa batho or kwa lekoko le le rileng le le batlang go busa maspala wa Ditsobotla. Rona re le tlhaga re a lemala ka gonne ga re nne le ditirelo. Ha o tsena ka Bodibe ha gona ditsela, bagolo matlu a wele ke dipula ha re na di RDP. So ne ke kopa dio tse gore di fiwe attention. Ke be ke bua sa bofelo ka di mine di le 4 mo motseng wa rona di surroundile ke Lavage, ke Afresem, ke PPC, ke Sephaku, mare ga re ungwelwe mo di mine tseo. Ha re ra ipelaetsa mapodisa a tlala re a tshwarwa. Ne ke kopa mo presidente e le bagane le wena ke re kopa tseraganyo fo go bang di mine tsele ke tsa rona, re di beneficiary tsa di mine tsa di tletseng ko Bodibe tsele. Ke a kopa, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Ditsobotla Chukamo. Ditsobotla Chukamo.
Dumelang bagaetso, o buang fa ke Mema Malebe, ke kemedi ya di-widow tsa military veteran. Re na le dikgwetlho tse dintsi tse re tsamayang re kopana le tsone re le di-widow le di-orphane. Department of Military Veteran ga e kgone go thusana le rona. Re ile ra kopa government gazette ene e sa re senya re le bomme, ra kopa gore ra karediwe. Ha re fetsa go akarediwa mo government gazette rona le di orphane ha go sana di services delivery tsa di benefit go tla mo di widow. Re na le kgwetlho e ntsi ya bana go patalwa ko dikolong, re na le kgwetlho e ntsi ya health, re na le kgwetlho e ntsi ya housing for the beneficiary le di orphane, re na le kgwetlho e ntsi gape ya military pension. Re bomme ba nne re tshotse le etorile Union Building ka di 1 tsa kgwedi ya bo 6 2019. Re ne re ile fale go president gore a itse gore borre ba rona ba tlhokafalla mo sesoleng, mme ka nako ye naga ya rona ya South Africa ya re ignora. Se sengwe gape se se re tshwenyang se le ntlo ba boroko mo go rona, re kwadile memorandum re fetsa go etsa re-hand over mo ofising ya president gore a ye go bona gore memorandum o ke yo basadi ba sampe ba le teng. Re le bomme ba ma-veteran re rulaganya mogwanto go ralla naga ya rona ya South Africa gore presidente ya rona a kgone go bona tlhoba boroko. Se se tlhabisang kgala ke sa gore borre ba rona ba ne ba ikanne go berekela naga ya bone, mare ha ba setse ba tsamaile ha re tsewe jaaka sepe mo nageng le bana ba bone matlhabisa ditlhong ke gore bana ba batho ba bangwe ba tletse mo mebileng mare borre ba bone ba sefile mo countryng ya bone yaanong bagaetso ne re kopa gore memorandum o re o busetse kgetlo la bobedi mo kantorong ya mopresidente mo e leng gore mo bofelong mo e leng gore mo bofelong re le bomme re tshwanna ke go itseela matsapa gonne batho ba nne le gore ba kgona go emela malapa a bone ga ba sa tlholo ba le teng ke ka mo re ikamagantseng le bontate ba maveterane le ofisi ya military veteran e sa re direleng sepe maloba ba ne ba tlhageletse fa mo dikolong ba taboga gongwe ba utlwile gore presidente o tla mo go rona re tla mmolelela gore bana ga ba patelwe bangwe ba tletse mo mebileng ha le veterane le tlhokafetse ke matlhotlhapelo yaanong ne re go kopa presidente gore ofisi eo re kopa seleganyo magareng ga diwido le di-orphane
Thank you very much, ma'am.
presidente ke a leboga.
Then the next one in Zobotla, number 2.
Dumelang bagolo o buang o ke Tshepiso go Yemane go tswa ko Ditsobotla Bladeville Ward 4 ke ema fa ka di concern tse khale re la ka tsone re le baagi ba Bladeville for the past 23 years re le baagi ba Bladeville re lela ka shelter. For the past 23 years, re le Bladeville, re la ka service e re kopa mo pushong ya rona. Re na le lehatshe ko Bladeville, le rona re leng baagi re lefilweng gore re ka aga teng, le na le ditirelo tsotlhe di feletse. Mare ka ntlheng ya gore ba ba re eteletseng ko pele, re sa itse tiro a bone keng, ba gana baagi ba tswa ko mekhukhung eo, ba ya ko lefatsheng la bone. So eo Ntate Mapela e ka re wa itse re kile ra ama lwena comrade president se re se kopang me minister se re se kopang re kopa le atlegiseng le diketapele e tlhophilweng gore ba berekele mo nakong ponte ya bobedi re le ko Bladeville ha rena high school population ya rona e kana 11 to 13,000 people mare le kishi le tshwana le leo ga lena high school so re ke a ikopela mo ministereng wa rona wa education le fapa lotlhe ka kakaretso re a kopa ka tswetswe khale re tshepisiwa dingwaga tse dintsi gore high school ya tla le gompieno na isitli so re a kopa a ngwaga o ska fela re sena high school ya boraro e leng ya bofelo Ditsobotla local municipality ba gaetso re na le masepala wa Ditsobotla o sa hirang baagi o hirile ba lesika le ditsala go na le report e tswileng ya masepala wa Ditsobotla wa ba lesika le ditsala tsa bone so re kopa mo presidente wa rona re kopa mo eo yone o se ka re shwabisa re le baagi o tse kgato e masisi kgatlhanong dilo tseo because ba teng ba ba nang le bokgoni ba go ka dira tiro tseo mare ka ntlheng ya gore ga ba amana le ope ga ba itse ope ga ba kgone go bona ditiro tseo e nngwe e le gore ke a tswalela
o itse ke a mafelelo
okay so sorry comrade Bapela ha rena services at all ha rena ditsela ha rena metsi ke so o tswa teng o bone gore dula mo tulong e ntseng ya nako le nako ha go mua ko for we stop go toitoiwa e be go te ko Bladeville batho ba teng ga bana ditlhaloganyo ga re toitoi because of re rata re toitoia because of re frustrated jara le jara re kry-a ditshepiso puso e nngwe le nngwe e tsenang administration e nngwe le nngwe e tsenang e ya ko Bladeville e dira ditshepiso tse sa diragetseng ke a leboga
ke lebogile Thank you very much. Now 3 o'clock is appeal. Kileka, it's an announcement hore ka 3 o'clock re a kwala dipotso. Empa tafula ke ele e teng mo le ba e leng hore ba mo dikhueng ka situ le sa pushane le ka isa mo le la ngwadisa gore ke ntho ntse ba tlo e bua. Ka hobane president o tlo nka program ya no a commande di minister sa hae gore ba arabe mo ba kgonang go araba teng. Mara president before ke ona le memo wa ke motsofe ono kopa fela gore are va one mara le lona here re mo lona 1 person 1 point le kenya di points 3 6 7 na le bolaile ba bang gore ba ske ba kgona bua even tse re ntse yalo e ka bo kaofela lona or bongata ba lona bo buile. So Mike ke kopa o itlise mo di queue ke tlo kopa le ko tafoleng le lo arabela ko tafoleng. President o tlo nka the podium ona no.
Dumelang bagolo, dumela president ya rona e kgolo, re itumetse go bona. Re tle mona re le batho ba bagolo bana ba buile go utlwahetse. E ntle ntho e ba e buileng mare le rona re le bagolo re tle ka mathata a rona ntate. Re mane ot 11 Sweding Mafikeng. Re mo teng re hloka re ikahetse re iketseditse tulo e ntle. Re na le MPO mare ha isale re ha re na letho le kileng la re etsetsa hape le bana ba bone hore teka re kenya dintho ba re senyetsa ha re tsebe ke bana ba mofuta ofeng ba bonang hore maqheku mo a leng teng tshwantse ba senye. Ha re na le dintho tse re berekang ka tsona ha re na le dintho tse re ka jimang ka tsona hodima moo bana ba nkile gohle ditulo tse ne re na le tsona re di rekile. Ke ka ho ke reng bana ba Mafikeng ha ke ho bueng le bona ntate president o thusise ka utlwa sivile abantwana bethu abana zindlebe abantwana bethu aboyiki umoshela amaqhekazana ngenxa yokuba abagathi ngabantwana abangazange baqeqesheke nemisebenzi abayifumani ene abantu kukho abantu abanezindlu ezinkulu abane RDP khona kwezo zindlu thuthi umangale abanye abantu eZRDP sibagqithaphi ananto eziningi tata ngivuyele nje ukuba mandike ndikhulule umoya wami ngoba sihleli sixakekile sizenzela into ezinhle mara asinampumelelo.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for the cooperation I got with the little difficulty that went around here, but otherwise you were the orderly audience. So Retokopa President, then to come to the stage, podium kaofela bana le di questions yang ko tafoleng. Thank you very much.
Dumela. Kere dumela. Anala nkutwana dumela. Ke ema mo lebitsong la mmuso wa Republic ya South Africa. Gompieno re tlile fa re le mmuso a ke simolle ka go dumedisa magosi a rona ba teng mo ke dumedise le baetapele ba mekgatlo e fapakaneng ke dumedise le lona kaofela ke qetelle ka go dumedisa di minister tsa rona le di deputy minister le di mayor tsa rona, le di MEC, le premier ya rona, le di councillora tsa rona, le di officials tsa rona, di DG. Ke thabile gagolo, in fact kaofela rona re le ba mmuso re thabile gagolo go ba mo gare ga lona. Je ka setse le utlwile re ile ra re ha re tswa go sona re tlo simolla mosebetsi wa dipitso, re tla ya dibakeng tse dintsi tsa naga e re ilo tshwara dipitso. Lona batho ba mo ka nnete go kgethilwe lona gore le be lona ba pele, le tshwanetse gore le leboge ntho eno. Ke thabile gagolo ka gobane ke kgale ke ntse ke batla go tla mo, ehlile le premier wa lona Bra Bushi o ntse a re monna president o ska mpitsa premier, o mpitse Bra Bushi. Yaanong wa bona bo bra ke ditsotsi tsele tsa kgale. Yaanong ke ntse ke ipotsa gore re kgethile premier ya tsotsi na. Yaanong re tlo sebetsa ka tsela e. Ke tlo kopa di minister tsa rona bao ba ikarabelang mo dinthong tse ding tse ileng tsa tlhagiswa mo. A number of questions have been raised, and some of those questions are in clusters. O ka di nka kaofela o di kopanye. I'm going to ask them, and there are quite a number of us from cabinet who are here. Because we don't have so much time, not all of them will be able to answer, but there are the key issues that have been raised, which I will want our ministers to give some insight into. Kabane Harilimo, we are here under the umbrella ya district development model. District development model ibua ka gore re le mmuso re sebetsa kaofela ha rona re batla go sebetsa sentle re bakanye mathata a le na leng ona. So o mong le o mong wa rona o na le boikarabelo mo dinthong tse itseng tse leng mathata go lena. So ke tlo kopa some of the ministers who are here to then address some of the issues. Ha kutlile sentle, and in kutlile sentle, I heard very, very clearly a number of you, and there are 39 of you who spoke. Hansinsi aria di kopanong tse so, go bua batho ba about 26 or so. Gompieno go buile 39 ya batho. Bao ba sa fiwang chance ya gore ba botse. Ke tlo kopa gore le ngwale dipotso tsa lona mohatsi. Le di ise mo le mo tafoleng ele go na le batho ba almost 12. Ke bona ba ntse ba ngwala dintho tse kaofela. Mmuso o serious ka dintho tse tshwantseng gore di lokisiwe. Ke tla bua ka tsona ka moragonyana. Mare ke batla gore di minister di fiwe nako gore ba arabele dintho tse itseng. Batho ba bantsi ba buile ka ditsela. A ke re go bjalo. Ditsela mo le nnang teng, they are quite bad in two categories. Ya pele, ke a gore mo le nnang teng le re ditsela ke di swimming pool. Ga golo mo ditoropong. Go na le di pothole tse dintsi tse ngata, tse dintsi and tse dangerous. Ntho e nngwe gape ke a gore mo ko magaeng ditsela le tsona they are quite bad. Ke tlo kopa Minister wa Transport o sebetsang le ka ditsela gore a eme mo a bue ka ditsela ganyane. O ile a nka ka tsatsi le leng a nkisa kwa Limpopo a ile gore ke launche tsela e nngwe e ne e lokiswa ka ditena, e agiwa ka ditena. So ke tlo kopa Minister Mbalula a addresse taba e ya ditsela. Ha ke fetsa moo ke tla kopa Minister wa Basic Education, Minister Enje Motshekga, ka hobane ke utlwile go buiwa le ka dikolo. O e utlwile taba eo le ena, o tla bua ka yona eo ya dikolo. Ha fetsa moo ke tla batla Minister wa Agriculture, Thoko Didiza, a tlo bua mo ka tsa bolemi. Mme o ile a ema mole a re yena o na le mmu wa 46 hectares. O batla tractor, o batla o lema. Ke batla gore Minister a tle a tlo araba potso ele ene e botswa ke mme mole. Yaanong ke tla ba ke ntse ke ba bitsa ba latelana. Re tla simolla ka bona bao ba ke ba badileng ba bararo. And after that ke tla bitsa le ba bang. Mbalula, Minister wa Transport, bao ba sa mo rateng ba re ke razzmatazz. Bao ba mo ratang ba o bitsa mang? Bao o re bao ba mo ratang ba mmitsa fear for God. Ke tla re a bue ka tsa ditsela ge.
Ke a leboha President, dumelang. Batho ba ba buileng mo ke Ratile, ke Simon, ke Vusimusi, ke Arthur, ke Thabo wa Ditsobotla, ke Mapula wa Mafikeng le Mayor wa Mafikeng. Jwale ka President a sa hlalositse ba buile ka di-potholes hore di tshwana le di-swimming pool. Di-condition tsa ditsela di mabapi le dipula, di fietswe ke dipula, ke disaster ya dipula. Le ditsela tse sa lokisweng Mafikeng, Ratlou le Ditsobotla. Jwale President mo ke tsamaya le Sanral, re nka ditsela re sebetsana le province Limpopo maobane ne ke le Wolmaranstad Makwasi Hill. Ditsela tse leng hore ke ditsela tsa national, ke hlalosa ntho e ntata na e bua more re a di nka re sebetsana le province hang re le Sanral. Jwale ke tsamaya le Sanral mo chairperson wa Sanral le ba tsamayang le ena. Jwale ntate o na bua mo ka hore Sanral e tle bathong. Sanral e lokisa ditsela tsa national. Jwale re tlo sebetsana le province hobane o na le ditsela mona province la di nkela ho tsona. And then le tjhelete e teng empa tjhelete ha e sebediswe, e dula e kgutlela morao. Ka sekgowa ba e bitsa ka hore ke roll over. Ne ke tsamaya tseleng e tshwanakanang le eo ya di-swimming pool Makwasi Hill. Tjhelete e teng 86 million a ya sebediswa ke province go tliseditswe morao. Jwale re dumelane hore hangang tseleng e tshwana ka nang le eo re tla kenya ditjhelete empaneng SANRAL le tlankela tsela eo ho yona. E tla kenyeletsa le ditsela tse ding. Ke ntlha ya pele eo ya SANRAL. Ya bobedi, re na le tjhelete e re fang di-province ho lokisa ditsela. Jwale dibaka tse re buang ka tsona ke Ratlou municipality. Anka o fa example ya upgrading from gravel to surface standard of a road Z482 from Madibugo to Madibugo Pan, 13 kilometers ko Ratlou. Ki etsa fela mohlala hore ke tse ding tsa ditsela le tsela ya Ratlou municipality, special maintenance tsela ya P152 from Sitlagole to Delareyville, 58 kilometers. Phase 2 ya 28 kilometers. Dibakeng tse kaofela ke ditsela tse leng hore re na le tjhelete re tlo di lokisa. Jwale nna ke tlo gutla ke tlo etsa hore ntho tsena tse le buileng ka tsona dibakeng tsena di a etsahala. SANRAL ditsela tse re tlo di nkela ho rona province e ka bophara ya Northwest hobane before Brabushi Grootman a fitla bomphato ba e ka pele ba le banka diqeto hore ditsela tse di mo kare ho province ya Northwest ba di nkela ho province hore province e tla di lokisa. Empa neng bongata ba ditsela tseo ha di a lokiswa. Ho na le bothata ba ditsela tse leng hore di affectilwe ke disaster management, disaster ya dipula. Le tsona tseo re tlo dula le province re di lokisa. Jwale ka le bone ne ke le Eastern Cape, tsela e tsamaile le pula, re kenya di colbert, re sebedisana le Transnet le SANRAL, re thusana le province ho lokisa ditsela tseo. Jwale ntho e le buileng mo tse ding tsa tsona re a di tseba. Re na le ditjhelete tse leng hore re sentseneng re di beeletse ka thoko re tlo lokisa ditsela tseo. Re tlo ya dibakeng tse le di boletseng. Ratlou ke buile ka Mafikeng le di-pothole tsa teng. Ha e sale ke tsamaya Northwest ho bolelwa ka ditsela le di-pothole tsa Mafikeng, President. Pothole tsa mo ha di fele. Jwale ke buile le mayor ka re mayor le comrade Saliva MEC a ke re dule fatshe re bontshane hore re etsa jwang ho fedisa di-pothole hobane ntho ho fedisa di-pothole ha se ntho e boima. Ke ntho e leng hore ha ntse re lokisa ditsela re ditsela di a qhetsuwa di ba le di-pothole. Ha pothole ba teng tshwantse re kwale hang ha se ntho e tshwantse be le bothata eo. Jwale di-pothole tsona re na le program ya teng le tsona re tlo di kwala. Re tla bontshana le mayor hore ba na le tjhelete le hore tjhelete re sentseng re file province re ka sebedisana jwang le bona ho ba thusa hore ba kwale di-pothole tsa Mafikeng. Di ska tsa kwalwa fela ha president a tlile ha tsamaya ebe ha o sana mosebetsi. Hobane ntho ya ho kwala di-pothole ke ntho ya ho haha mesebetsi. Hobane di-pothole di kekebetsa ba tsa fela as long as ditsela di le teng. O tla dula o na le di-pothole empa neng ha pothole ba teng re tshwantse re kwale. Jwale ha ke qetella le buile ka airport ena e ka tlasa Pilanesberg. Ke tshwantse ke nke ha ke dumellana le Grootman Brabushi hore re nke qeto hore airport ye jwale ka le kupile ke tsamaye ke ye kabinete re nke airport re khutlisetse ho lona batho ba Mafikeng. Jwale ntho e ke tlo etsa jwale premier o setse ke buile le yena o tlo ngolla lengolo re tikine re qete ke tlo go utla mo Northwest President ke tlo tikina le president di tsela tse re tlo di nka le Sandra le tsela ye kaofela e maobane ne ke le mane Makwasi Hili tsela si swimming pool a ke tsebe re ka e bitsa eng empa neng Brabushi tse ding tsa diqeto tse re di nkang ha o di hlahlobodisisa o di shebisisa ha di re thuse ke diqeto tsa mejo wa yiwa fela o hlamuketswe nyafa 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 jwale ha ra tshwanela o nka diqeto tsa mejo re tshwanetse o nka diqeto tsa ho haha hobane president o fitlhile mo ike ba president a tlile a tlo le mamela ka Imbizo ha re gutla hape dintho tse le di buileng bentse di sa etsahale jwale ke tlo gutla president ke itlama pelao ka morao re ke bue le bomphato ba ka ba ke sebetsang le bona hore ntho tse kaofela re di lokise ke a leboha president
Ore go etswang go a tlhafunwa. Okay. Go na le minister o tshwantse o ra tsamaye ka potlako so ke tla mmitsa. But I just wanted to stress the one point that Minister Mbalula has put forward. You've often heard me talk about the capacity of the state. For one of the key issues that we have to address is to strengthen the capacity of our government. And in doing so, we have found there are certain tiers of government that have weakened over time. We are not writing them off. We are going to strengthen them, capacitate them better, make sure that we have people who are fit for purpose, who will be able to do the work. Kaobane re batla batho bao ba tla kgonang go etsa mesebetsi e tshwanetseng go etsiwa e seng motho fela o tla kenang stulong a sa itse mosebetsi. That's precisely what we want to do. But the other problem has been the money that is allocated, as Minister Mbalula was saying, was not being used. It was being sent back to the Treasury. Now we want to bring that to an end. Now, as we repair that whole system, what Minister Mbalula is saying will need to be done, or the services must be provided, and therefore that is where an agency like Sandral will need to come in to give assistance and support. So this is a process of strengthening the capacity of the state and making sure the work gets done. This time round, as we've been saying, we are no longer going to be talking about things that must be done. We are going to do the things that must be done. Ke ona mosebetsi o re tlo o etsang. Ke tlo kopa Minister Bheki Cele a tle a tlo bua ka sa boponisa, crime and drugs. A tle mo a bue, then he has to leave. Bheki Cele, come forward.
Ngiyaleboga, Mr. President, dumelang bageso. Sanibona bawethu. Mr. President, there are three things that were raised. The drugs issue, the behavior of the police towards the community, and the non-availability when they are needed. Especially when it comes to the GPV. GPV is a serious thing. Therefore, we're taking a serious issue about the members of the South African Police Service
that don't assist the victims of the GBV when they come to the police stations. Police are not supposed to tell a victim who comes to report to go back home to negotiate. It's not their job to tell the people to negotiate. The job of the police is to go and arrest the perpetrator. Those police that want to negotiate will send them to Ukraine, Mr. President, to go and negotiate in Ukraine. Their job here is to arrest. Secondly, we have trained 900 police to sit on the GBV desk at police stations so that they develop the understanding, empathy, and sympathy for the victims as they come to the police station, so that they are able to respond with a better understanding. But more so, thanks, Mr. President, for giving us the extra police to be trained. From this province, we'll be training 442 new police officers. I hope you have applied, and there are simple things that you're supposed to know if you are going to be a member of the South African Police. You must be South African, 30 years younger, matric, no criminal record, you must be healthy, no tattoos, all those things. I'm sure then you understand, then you become the member of the South African Police. Secondly, one person raised an issue that police are not kind to the people that are disabled. Indeed, General Kwena, where are you, General Kwena? General Kwena is a provincial commissioner of this province. I'm sure he has taken note, but not only him. There is a deputy national commissioner that is responsible for policing, who oversees all police stations, 1,154 of them in the Republic of South Africa. Masimula, where are you? That is General Masimula, who's responsible to see that police stations are behaving. Therefore, there is an MEC. Where are you, MEC? MEC policing in the province of Northwest. Mr. President, I'm giving this management and myself 3 weeks to come back to this province to deal with the crime issues and policing issues and drug issues. Fortunately or unfortunately, Mahekeng police station is the only police station in the whole Republic of South Africa that appears on the top 30 most criminal police stations. Therefore, we'll come back here and concentrate there. We'll deal with the district, but our concentration will be here. Mr. President, we're taking 3 weeks. We'll be back there to make sure that together with the community of this district, but in particular this police station, we're taking the matters forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Cele. Le ikutlwetse ge ha o na le tattoo ba re o ska leka. Ke sa ile itlhola le nna gore ke na le yona tattoo na. Ne ke soka ke itlhola. Minister wa Basic Education, Minister Enji Motshekga o tla bua ka tsa education.
Malibongwe. No, President, ere ke qale ka o dumedisa ke dumedisa baahi ba Mahikeng le ba Northwest. President, there was a question ka Taganeng Primary School, ba re tshile di mobile di tsena metsi di tsela ha etsa maeng. Report e ke thotse mo MEC the HOD or the school is in a planning stage. Ka jara e tlang tla be se lokisiwa. Empa ntho ya bohlokwa e ke batla ho bua ka yona President. ha se a tjha se tjhisitswe. So ha se a tjha se tjhisitswe. And our communities have a problem ya hore ha hona ntho e ba utlwisang bohloko ba qala ba tjhisa ditulo tseo tshwantse bana ba bona ba holele ho tsona ba bale ho tsona ke re kgalemele le moo sko se tla dukiswa empa se a tjha se tjhisitswe. And se tjhisitswe ke ketapele ya sebaka. So ke ntlha ya pele. So re a dumelana hore in terms of SONA, because Imbizo e tla ka mora SONA, President o itse ho be le social compact. And rona le hlakoreng la rona re kopa social compact ya rona hara tse ding ibe ho tshireletsa meaho ya mmuso haholo dikolo. So re kopela social compact from SONA, because as SONA first sekolo se tjhisitsweng ke ra Sesotho se re ntho e wele ha re ke wisitse ba re ntho e tjhela ba re ke tjhisitse. Le ngaka modiri hona sekolo se tjhisitsweng se le teng tshwantse re se lokise. Empa mo sekolong sa matloding MEC o mpolelela re bothata ke phapang e teng pakeng tsa setjhaba ba bang ba re se lokiswe ba bang ba re ba batla se setjha. Ha ba qeta mo ba fapana ka hore se ahiwe kae, empa ka baka leo mmuso ha o kgone ho lokisa. So ke dumelane le MEC hore a kgutlele morao re tlo kgona ho rarabolla taba eo se ke ra re a re kgone ho tswela pele re le mmuso hobane setjhaba ha se utlwane tshwantse ro rarolla taba eo. Ko Ramotse primary le teng ho tse tjhisitsweng ba re ko Ramotse primary ko Bojanala setjhaba se tjhise computer lab sa tjhisa library kgweding e tswa feta. So ke nngwe hape ya compact e re di kopang. And then ko Khosi Shop MEC o mpoletse hore o ile ka 2019 2020 2021 le jareng e o boetse hape ka 2022 and se a tshepisang hore mo Khosi Shop sekolo se tlo ahiwa le ko Bladefell sekolo se tlo se qadiwe ka di mobile. Empa and ho bile le potso hape ya di college a ke kgone ya raba bana ke lefapheng leo empa ke tla tsamaisa molaetsa mme ha re tlisa report back ke tla re ntate Nzimande a thuse. Empa mo SONA president o re tlamile hape re le mmuso hore ho tlo fetolwa tsela eo ho ahiwang dikolo ka teng ka tsela e fapaneng hobane re le lefapha la mmuso. Nationally, our backlog is more than 100 billion rands. E tla etsang hore ho be thata ho lusa dikolo tsa rona ka nako. So ho ya ka keletso ya president re dumellane ka hore dikolo re tlo sebetsa tsela tse fapaneng. Public Works under Minister Dilil e sebetsa le Eastern Cape le Northern Cape ho re thusa ho lusa dikolo. Rona re le lefapha e be di beke tse ngata tse fitileng president ntse re qoqa ka hore re lokisa jwang taba ya rona ho ya ka tshepiso ya hao. We are going to do what we call a self-build project, and we are working hard with Treasury to make sure that we finance local builders, because le di contract di forums di re tshwenya ke how a ha ba batla di 30% to scholars sa tswa hantle. So we're going to be working with local builders using professionals to do self-build programs in community. So we're finalizing that program. On the other hand, we're also working with other government departments, the correctional service, small business, again to get those departments to assist us with infrastructure, because we don't have all the money for all the needs of infrastructure. But we're also partnering with departments like Department of Mineral and Energy. Tega Maobani, we had gone to Kuruman to go and receive a school which had assisted us to get from the mining sector. So we're looking at the private sector, we're looking everywhere else to make sure that we can respond, because indeed we have lots of backlogs in school infrastructure. So Nelti Putso said ya college place on Nzimande a khono ya raba ka bonnete le ka botlalo ke a leboha.
Omega none. Thank you, Minister Motsecha. Kitobita Minister Mamuloko Kubai for a tla tlo bua ka dintlo o tshwantse re ayo mo radio interview ya gona mo community radio o kae o tshabile o teng e tla tlo bua ka dintlo, and then after that go tla tla Minister Tidisa.
Ke leboge mo president wa rona ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, ke dumedise mo pirimiri, ke dumedise matona a leng teng ka fa, ke dumedise bo emisi ba rona le di majoro le di councillors, ke dumedise ba kgoshi ya rona beng ba mmu. Ke leboge gobane go builwe ka dilo tse dingata dintlha tse dingata tse lebaneng le lefapha la human settlement. Ke simolle ka gang ya dintlo tse weleng bakeng sa gore go ne le dipula. Ke fumane report mo presidente fa baagi ba tlhalosa le maobane ne re le ko Itsoseng ngo ba ileng ba re bolella gore go ile di matlu from last year ha isa le ba eme gore lefapha le tle le tlo go ba thusa. Re ikane gore re tla lukisa gobane submission ya rona ya human settlement ya go lukisa matlu a weleng ibile ya bata ba gore ba itse ga batla ba tlo go etsa di assessment ba fitlela gore gona le matlo a ile reng ana le di asbestos a bileng a affectega le ona. So re kanne re le lefapha gore re tla gutla re tlo go lukisa re simolle ka gore mo processing ya go lukisa matlo ana le di asbestos re wa tsenye ka program e re bitsang ya ratification. Ya bobedi ke gore mo re na le emergency funding go bile go ska ba le go tlhaloganya gantle ga team ne bereka ne ba nagana gore swantse re ba emele gore disaster e declarewe pele gore matlo a tla lokisiwe go tlogele maobane re ile ra simolla process mo president le baagi re tshepile gore mo beke e tlang matlo ao a tlabele gore process ya lokisiwa re buisane le province ya rona ya mo Bokone Bophirima e le gore ne le team e emetseng emisi wa rona gore ba tla ba re thuse gore re lokise. Ke rata go bua gape ka taba tsa mo president tsa di block project go tlile ba bantsi baagi ba bua ka taba gore ba emetse matlo ga ba fumane matlo go bile le bothata ka ra province ya rona Northwest re na le di project tse dingata tse ile re di eme e ile gore go bile bothata gore ba ska gona go di fitlhela ka re ga di ema ra contractor tlile mo siteng a simolla tiro ga sa fetse tiro batho ba ngwadisitswe gore ba tla fitlhela ditiro ba tla fitlhela ditshebediso tsa matlo ga ba di fumane ya nong se re se lebeletseng re ile ra lebella gore bothata bo ko kae. Bothata ba pele e ba ganya gore mo metseng mo ba sileng di slepeteng o fitlhele le gore borra kontraka ba bang ba tswile ba tsamaya ba ska sebetsa ba re ga ba patalwa ke lefapha mo presidente. Re simollotse go bereka because re na le mathata gore ka gara mafapha ne re na le problem ya capacity mo ile gore ba sebetsang ne ba pallwa gore ba felletse mosebetsi mara go gongwe re bona ile gore go na le mosebetsi o swantse re etse re investigate gore ba neng tse ding tsa di project di eme tse ding re bona ile gore batho ba ne ba appointilwe ne se batho ba tshwanetseng gore ba appointe ka ra ga bana bokgoni ga bana le capacity ya go ira mosebetsi. Re ile ra tsa decision jwale ka minmac gore go tloga from the 1st tsa April ka 2022-2023 e le selemo se le re se bitsa gore ke financial year re tlo go unblocka di project ka ra di provinces tsotlhe including ka mogare ga Bokone Bophirima. Se seng ke rata go bua ka sona mo president ke taba ya gore baagi ba botsisitse ka di title deeds maobane re ntshitse di title deeds tse le kana le 1000 ka ra province ya Northwest tse di akaretsa batho ba ile reng ke tsa gale tse ile reng re bitsa gore ke all stock tse ding gape ke tsa di RDP mara ra utlwa setšhaba ha sella se re bongata ba eme ba emetse di RDP se re se fitlhetseng ba emetse di title deeds se re se fitlhetseng go gore o fitlhelele gore motho na nna mo RDP after 10 years le re RDP kwadisitswe ka batsadi o fitlhelele gore motsadi a ba tlhokofala RDP setse le bana fa title deeds e tswa ka lebitso la batsadi bana ba kgone go ifumana sentle. Re nkile decision ya gore re tlo etsa di-verification gape gore re etse transfer ya gore di-title deeds tseo di ye bo baneng gobane policy ya rona ne e sa dumelle gore ga e le gore ntlo e ne ngwadisitse ka motswadi automatically ngwana o e le goreng o dumeletswe gore a thole ntlo eo a e thole immediately e batla gore e simololwe gape ngwadisitswe fatshe. So go tloga from the first re changitse policy ya rona gore e kgone go ba letlelela jalo. Se seng ke rata go kopa jaaka re bua le baagi ka sheno baagi mo presidente ba e ba re bolelle gore ka ra matluana di RDP ba fumena batho ba tswang ko ntle. Ke rata bua re le lefapha ga re fe batho ba sa tshwanelang go fumana dintlo. Bothata setšhabeng sa rona ke gore ga ba fumana di RDP ba di hirisa ba di rekisa ke ka moo re na le mathata ka teng. Ke ikopetse go batsadi ba rona ke ikopetse go setšhaba gore ra kopa tswetswe tlogelang go rekisa di RDP fa o sa itlhoke e fe rona puso re tla e fa o itlhokang. Ga re le puso re fe batho ba tswang ko ntle di RDP ba fiwa ke lona setšhaba. So gore re tle re kgone go bereka le di-title deeds ra kopa tswetswe tlogelang go nka di-title deeds le di iseng le di tshwarisang ko bo mashonisa. Ka re fa le fetsa go etsa yalo dintlo di jewa ke bo mashonisa. Re fitlhele le gore re na le mathata yaanong bana di kgutsana di dutse ko ntle. Yaanong ra ikopela gape re buisana le setšhaba gore a re berekisane mmogo gore re tle re kgone go lokisa. Ke a utlwisisa ke le ministera gore ke le letona la human settlement gore le ile la lla gore ga la bona tshebeletso ya dintlo e tsamaya ka go phakisa ra le lokisa because go bile le mathata ka nnete for nako e ngata go na le di-areas e le goreng o fitlhele le gore ga re sirage for about 4 years re sa agele ga le RDP e le 1 seo re se lokisitse sa bofelo ke ratang go bua ka sona ke sa di-informal settlements re berekisana le bo masepala go lokisa gore di-informal settlements tse di leng teng at least di bane le ditshebisetso mo e le goreng re bereka le minister Mqunu o tla bua le ka tsa gagwe tsa metsi le di-sanitation re berekisana mmogo gore at least ka mo metseng re kgone go tlo bona gore batho ba fitlhela ditshebeletso tsa go tshwana le metsi sanitation le electricity sa bofelo gore re dumelane re le minmeke from the 1st tsa April di-province tse tshwana le Northwest tse e le goreng gantsi ga ba batle go agelwa matlu mara ba na le matlu ba batla fela gore ba tsenyetswe metsi ba tsenyetswe di sanitation dilo tsa go ithusa ntlo tsa go ithusa gore re tlo ketsa madi a gore from ka di first ba kgone gore ba etse ditshebeletso tse jwalo. Ke a leboga mo president.
O ka tlhatloga, you can come up. Kana kwe ne re campaigner for local government. Kileka ya dibakeng tse ngata, a number of places where many of our people said to us, all we now need, Bailebari, we thank the government for building close on to 4 million houses for South Africans. Babam Bailebari, Rona, we do go around the continent. There is no country that we know on the African continent that has built as many as 4 million houses. Only South Africa has done so for its people. So and then they added, Bari President, we can see the demands on our government are quite many. What we think will help our people to get houses, because the shortage of houses is still a major problem. They made a clear proposal, Barry. All we need are sites. Just give us serviced sites, where there's water and electricity. We will be able to build our own houses. That is what many of our people now want. Ana go bjalo na? Ke yona ntho e batlwang ke batho ba rona na? Ke utlwile bjalo. So we are going to have a mixture. There will be site and service sites, and they will also continue with the building process, Yadintlu. So if we have this balance, we'll be able to make many more human settlements available. Ketlokopa Minister Togo Tidiza, Arabele, Eya Agriculture, and after that, we're going to ask Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Mineral Resources, and then Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. Bai tukise gore ba tle ka mo pele. Minister Didiza.
Ke a leboga, Mr. President. Ke dumedisa magoši, batona teng ko ntlong. Ke dumedisa setšhaba sohle. Ke kopele tswalelo kapa Setswana sa ka ke sefana ka lo. Challenge ya luna kumthuta na Setswana. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to say, Mr. President, I've been here in the Northwest last week for 3 days in Bujanala district and Agamundiri to meet with Mahoshi and the land claimants who have already received their land, particularly the executives of the CPAs. I also came here on Thursday in Bojanala again to meet with the CPAs, Mr. President, that have received their land in Pilansberg Game Reserve. Yesterday, myself and the MEC of Agriculture, Mem Mohono, we actually had a women's Imbizo in agriculture where we met women who are involved in agriculture, agro-processing, and agribusiness in the Northwest. I therefore would like to thank Mahoshi for having engaged with us and understood some of the complex matters that relate to land governance and how we need to work together as a state to ensure that communities who have received their land can utilize them effectively. But also where there are developments which serve the public purpose, that when we receive land, we should be able to accommodate the needs of municipalities and other citizens. And I would also like to thank the women who we met yesterday. Mr. President, Umama Simbonilizo, we met with her, she was in the meeting. She even gave us a business plan and a request for a tractor. In our language, we say, "Engakhali fele mbelekweni mase khona ubaba kufanele akhale futhi." We did say we will look at her issue and see how best we assist her, because having a bigger tractor may not actually be useful for a small piece of land, because she has 8 pieces of land and she's leasing about 6 other pieces of land in another region. But we are attending to that matter. The other member of the community in Tate, who also raised the issue from Moyfontein, indeed, we will also attend to that matter, Mr. President. The only one I may not be able to attend to is Egan Kosgazi and the child. Ndade said he doesn't have a wife, he doesn't have a child, he wants to see the Minister of Agriculture. Unfortunately, that one I may not be able to answer. But with respect to the agricultural matters, myself and the MEC, we will be engaging with him to see how best we can assist in the needs that she has expressed here in front of you. The other issue relates to some farmers who have already accessed permits for the production of hemp and cannabis. I just want to indicate, Mr. President, that in the Northwest, SAPRA actually issued 2 permits for those farmers who are going to be planting cannabis for medicinal purposes. They've raised certain issues with regards to the cost of the permits, which we'll be raising with SAPRA in our interministerial meeting. From an agricultural point of view, we are also processing the permits for those who want to plant hemp for industrial purposes. And I must say, Mr. President, that currently we're actually looking at the regulatory mechanism that will ensure that on one hand, we protect the industrial approach of hemp and cannabis, as you explained in SONA, but also be mindful of the challenges of drug abuse, particularly on those cannabis that make people high and also hallucinate and have challenges with respect of health. So those we will address in the Interministerial Committee going forward. I want to say, Mr. President, as you said in SONA, one of the issues that is of your concern and of this government is the matter of food security. How do we assist people to be able to plant their food, particularly at household level, in order to feed themselves and families? We've already started issuing out PESI vouchers to support those subsistence farmers who are planting back gardens and also the small sizes, which is of a size of a hectare. We will continue to support farmers, particularly those who are already commercializing, to give them necessary instruments to be able to do so. Those were the few issues that were raised in respect of agriculture. Ke a leboga.
Nna le wena Rukwan. Yes, Minister, you are right. Khonale, the very first speaker, ke lebetse go a ke a khona go kwala leina la gagwe. Re o le o ileng a re hana mosadi hana bana. Re na le lefapha le leng la mmuso le ka go thusa. Gona le minister o ke tlo mmisa. O tla re ha fetsa go bua fa. O ka mmona ka ko ntle kwale. O na le listi ya batho bao ba batlang banna. So this could be your lucky day. For o tlile pitsong o bo tsamaya o na le mosadi. Mare a re tla mo baneng tshwantse o iketsetse bana ba gago. Ke tlo kopa Minister wa metsi, Minister Mkhunu a Tefano.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Kaleboga. One, there is an issue in Itsoseng, and our response is that that township is supplied by boreholes, which I think you were confirming. What we will do to respond is to engage the mayor of the district so that we do repairs there, because that infrastructure requires repair. We know it is dysfunctional, the boreholes that are supplying the community there. We just have to conclude our discussion with the district mayor so that we can resuscitate or repair those dysfunctional boreholes. How long it is going to take, we will talk with the mayor, because we do understand that water is a right, that water is life, and therefore without that, life comes to a halt, and we're concerned about it. Once we've finalized that, Mayor will then be required to have a consultation with the local mayor and address the matter, but it will be quick. Botibe, there is a need to drill and provide reticulation and reservoir. And again, that's a matter that the district need to attend to. And of course, engage us where they require assistance. But that is the response to the challenge in Botibe. With regard to tankering, we know there's a lot of tankering here. I will come to that at the end. Following our visit, our working session in the whole of Northwest, which we did from 1 to 3 February this year. We were here and we met Premier, we met a number of MSCs, we met all the district mayors that are water authorities, and we met all local municipalities that are water authorities. We have even gone to a national summit, and we know exactly what to do in the Northwest. In Mahikeng, now, water is a challenge in this area or in this city. There are various schemes that are being upgraded at the moment. But that does not, yes, one that is main, that is receiving our attention, is now 70% towards finishing or completion. Now, it will bring 10 million liters per day in addition to the water here in Mahikeng. But again, I will address that shortly. Modimole, its maintenance work challenges there. There is current refurbishing of the plant that is happening at the moment as we talk, and it is 50% towards completion. We accept that there will be disturbances of water as a result of the refurbishing by the service provider, but it is not going to be long, and we will request the mayor in that, the local mayor of Modimole and the district mayor, to ensure that we cover via tankering where possible the other areas that will be disturbed during the time of refurbishment. My last issue, with regard to water in Mahikeng, it is clear that we have to get water from the Vaal. A major or a big scheme that will supply water here. That's what we're discussing now as our priority intervention following our work session here. Whatever part of the Vaal, whether mid-Vaal or whether from the dam here in the west of Mahikeng, we will decide very soon before end of this month which option we take, because that will come with reliable water which will be sustainable and will cover a number of other areas which we will identify during discussion. That is what we will need over and above boreholes, because boreholes are not sustainable, especially in the whole of this area. But our intervention will also cover Resenbeck, where we will connect various schemes and make meaning out of what is happening there at the moment, following our engagement with the water authorities here. With that, we trust that we will be on our way to resolving the issues generally going forward. So where we have not reached you we will request that you be a little bit patient. Otherwise, all the mayors here agree that they will have to contribute money. WIZIC money and ARPIC money, we are not going to come with money from Pretoria. We will take your money that is here and contribute, and we have agreed on that. There's no mayor who is going to cruise. There's no minister who will cruise. There's no province that will cruise. Premier agreed to he will make an effort and put money on every effort that will enter into. And therefore, I'm very happy with the cooperation of all the mayors here with regard to their contribution to money over and above partnership that we are on at an advanced stage, which will give us more capacity to bring water in the Northwest. Ke a leboga, President.
Thank you. Ke tshepiso e a e beya mo go rona. Water is a major challenge in our country. As many of you have already heard, we are a water scarce country. Last year, ki ile ko DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, ke be ke bona the Congo River, ke noka e kgolo, e na le metsi kgwedi le kgwedi mo selemong. There's not even a single moment when the Congo River does not have water. Ke be ke re mo President Tshisekedi, go ka ba bjang gore re nke South Africa re ise ko Congo, move the whole country to be near the Congo. Abari, no, why don't you pipe the water all the way from the Congo to South Africa? Begiro, okay, when on a lake ngata, you have a lot of copper, can you fund the project for Ritlise South Africa? Abahana. So as you know, metsi a mang re a reka ko Lesotho, and I know for the Minister Mkhunu, they are working on a number of plans for re kgone go krea metsi mo matamong a mangata, and I'm sure that is going to work. Re tlo kopa Minister Mantashe gore a tle kwano a tlo bua ka di mine. Yaanong ba mo ratang, bao ba mo ratang ba metsa Gwezi, ba sa mo rateng ba mmitse ka leina le leng. A ke no kena mo lona.
Thank you, President. The Northwest is a mining province, but quite clearly, Kenneth Kaunda is not a major mining region. It was clear in the questions. There were only one question on mining, 2 questions on energy. That means it's not a major mining region, and that must change. People who are here will remember that we spent a weekend and a day thereafter in Ditsobotla dealing with a relationship of the people of Ditsobotla and the 3 mining companies, BBC, Sipaco, and AfriSam. All of them are in Ditsobotla. They are cement companies. We're dealing with 2 issues. The first one was, why can't people in the local have business opportunities in those mines? We pulled the people from the townships, all of them, and had a meeting with the CEOs of all these companies. We had a follow-up, and that commitment was taken forward. Now, on the question of the cracked houses, we can follow that up to check, but the Tsobotla is on our radar. We're working there, we're hands-on there. It is like the meeting we had in Rustenburg 3 weeks ago, where we're dealing with the similar problems, where we talk to the business forum. Sometimes we meet business forums with no business people, but it's a business forum. And again, we brought them into contact with CEOs, because our belief is that people in those communities must talk to those companies rather than shouting at them, "Funa opportunity ngoku, funa opportunity ngoku." I heard one, Dabonba, ukhona lo, I understand lento yenziwa business. Uthi ufuna opportunity kodwa uyayishouta. Business people don't work that way. They invest time, energy, and resources, and they're given opportunity and given support. That is one. So we'll follow up on the cracked houses in the Tsobotla and check what is the problem. Is it blasting? What is the issue? Let me leave that one. The second one was load shedding. 3 ministers are kept awake by this issue of load shedding. The first one is the minister in the presidency, who kicked dust all the time on this matter. Then it's myself. 3 is Minister of Public Enterprises. The reason that all these 3 ministers must deal with this issue is because ESCOM is in public enterprises. When it is suboptimal, when it only works at best at 30,000 megawatts, when it is having 45,000 megawatts connected, that is a problem. Then the Ministry of Energy must deal with the supplementary program that is working with the independent power producers to fill the gap that is left there. The minister and the president must keep an eye on that issue, but at the end of the day, noise goes to the president. So that is where we are. The last one is electricity and neighboring countries. There is a misnomer here of believing that all neighboring countries just take energy from South Africa and they give us nothing. I can tell you that one of the countries that support us with electricity is Mozambique. Kaura Basa has been supplying with electricity for many years. Now it is being extended to Banda Kua, a new one, which is going to add energy. Thirdly, Mozambique is very reliable in working with us on gas. So it's not a question of just a one-way traffic. It is good neighborhood between ourselves and neighboring countries. Others are struggling. Others do support us. And I would imagine, President, that with Namibia having discovered petrol on 2 areas, we are going to have a relationship with Namibia. They will support us. We are a good neighbor. Those are our good neighbors. Thank you, President.
I should say, Jorge, when it comes to electricity, yes, we do sell our electricity to a number of countries. Zimbabwe is one, Mozambique as well, Botswana as well, and Lesotho. Now, those are small economies. They don't consume as much electricity as we do. So the electricity that we sell to them is very minimal, and they pay consistently. So when we go through our own load shedding, the electricity we also sell to them is also slightly minimized, although we never really cut them off completely, but it is slightly minimized. So some of the hardships that we go through, they also feel them. But in time, Mozambique is going to be a great producer of electricity, as will Namibia as well. So these things are always in balance, and we try to balance them all the time. I'm now going to ask Minister Thandi Modise to come forward and address the issues that were raised by our military veterans. And I want to applaud our military veterans, as well as their families, for the great sacrifices they made to bring us where we are. Many of them went into exile, a number of them went to prison, and what you were outlining here as your challenges are issues that we are continuously seized with. But Minister Thandi Modise will address that, and I will come and do a little bit of a further explanation about some of the initiatives that are now underway to address the sufferings of our military veterans. Minister Modise.
Thank you, President. Makgosi ya me, ke khwile mathi ke itshwere mohubu. Ministers, baagi ba Northwest, we have 3 questions. They are intertwined. The first one, I'm going to break it into 2. Ke ya ga Rre Ditšhabe. Rre Ditšhabe, I must say that we have started what we are also calling an Imbizo, military veterans. We are setting up dates. We are going to start ka Northern Cape because selo so re fang sona ke se re se kreileng ko Northern Cape. So we're going to go there. Re tle go itheletsa re kgone go understand gantle gore go diragalang. That relates to the benefits to military veterans. Now, we want to also say quite loudly, we are not going to change the criteria ya go recognize military veterans. Because if we do that, those who came up as we were integrating and were registered were vetted in a particular way. And so we continue with criteria EU. So unfortunately, we would have to go there until there is a time when there is a special time. And I think, President, when you look at what Ntate Ditšhabe was saying, this is a particular one where we must come back and say, there was a category of military veterans who were, one, kicked out of the system because they were in prison, but not in prison because sometimes automatically when you are in prison for wrong things, you automatically will not be considered. But in this particular case, we might want to come back and consider gore batho bao ba neng ba thusa go isa tlhaolele le ha ene apere mosese o mongwe ra reng ka bona. So I do promise that we will come back and discuss that. But the second part of what Ntate Ditšhabe was saying is the ex-political prisoners. Unfortunately, none of the ex-political prisoners have received anything from the state. Whether they were in the TBVC or whether they were in the former liberation movement, none of them. What has happened is that other military associations, you will see APLA approaches a Transnet, approaches a DMV to help them go in, and therefore that arrangement is actually not done by RONA as a department. It's between the military association and a particular department. And therefore, that is another avenue that we can look. So RONA as DMV, we cater for batho ba le ba capturilweng ba vetilweng who must benefit. But in this particular province, President, the agriculture has not made a distinction between the former liberation military vets and the Bophuthatswana military vets. So ke kopa gore mme Mohono le mo atameleng, because ko boganyesa kwa how the military vets or approach agriculture, they have opened their hands and they have opened their eyes to help. Ke ne ke batla gape ke re, then mme o eme re utlwile sello about school fees. We are attending to that. President, we have just concluded training military vets to use IT. We went as a department in partnership with CETA. They have been training them. In fact, some of them we have actually given up. Rebafile the iPad tsa bone. There will be some who will get their iPads here today, President. That is because system ya khali ke ya letsogo, ke ya pampitshana, and sometimes it does not capture all the beneficiaries. It does not have a warning bell. And that is why we are now automating in the department. And that is why the veterans, so we must be able to get them updated, and Libana, they must be able to update their statuses. The other thing is that I think, President, I might just say that in terms of the beneficiaries, we are hoping that when we finally put the amendment, the Military Veterans Act, to Parliament, that amendment will also upfront recognize the beneficiaries, it's the veterans. That amendment will also be upfront about medical benefits extended to the beneficiaries by the veterans. Marebatswana re le gopotse gape gore definition ya beneficiary mo military veterans ke one generation. Go ra gore e cover re le mme le bana ba. E seng bana ba ga kgaitsadi, e seng ditlogolo bana ba bana. E cover na le lapa la me, e seng extended. So, re batla gore intse e cover ya loka di payouts tsa pension, but we want to extend that benefit ya medical health into the beneficiaries. So ke a tshepa gore when we come, we will have re tla ba le Imbizo mo Northwest. Re tla tla re dula as the department le di military vets, all of them. Re tla tla ra tlhatla dikgang tse di sa re jeseng monate, dikgang tsa development, dikgang tsa di employment opportunities. We are working on that. Go ba tlhatlosa re ba batlela economic spaces where we can. We are working on that. President, ke take re feletse mo. Ke a leboga.
Yanong ha o re batho ba me nkgopotsa o nkgopotsa o mong o nagana gore ke ena mo sebakeng se a re batho ba me a bua ka nyena batho ba dulang mo mare lile la mmontsha gore lona a le batho ba gage. Kilokopa Minister, although there were no real direct questions to you both, but the issues that were raised touched on some of your work. Minister Zulu, Minister Zulu, Orofite, there were references to GBV. There were also a number of other references. And Minister Sisulu, Honze go buiwa ka great tourism opportunities here. And somebody actually said there are like 70 or 700 sites, the opportunities for tourism. And then Minister Ngesi on employment and job creation. Udengmo, So I will also want you to touch a little bit on that. And thereafter, we will ask the minister in the presidency to come and answer something. Atumel, Mezulu, Atumel.
Ke a leboga ntate Cyril Ramaphosa. Ke leboge setšhaba kaofela se leng teng mo today. Mr. President, Nali Minister Begicele, we agreed in 3 weeks' time we are coming back. We agreed that myself, Minister Begicele, Lady MEC Saruna, Tasponisa Li Social Development, we will come back here because, Mr. President, we want to rather have stronger local structures. We want to have both province and local structures which are stronger and empowered to deal with the challenges of gender-based violence. Yesterday, Mr. President, we went to one of our Tutuzela centers, and I must say it was good to go to the Tutuzela center, but it was disappointing from a point of view your capacity. First and foremost, that Tutuzela center is within a hospital, but it is too squashed. But the good thing about it is that the hospital itself said it has a piece of land where we can build a Tutuzela center. We then agreed, the MEC, we will not look just at Chelete Ellington in government. We are going to look at the private sector which can support us and assist us, because this Tutuzela center, Mr. President, in Alisania Vodacom, just outside. But the unfortunate thing is that it's an old sign of the old Vodacom, when I used to work for Vodacom. So I'm like, what is this Sania Vodacom doing here if Vodacom is not doing anything here? So we are going to follow up and check what is it that Vodacom can do. That center, Mr. President, was opened as way back as 2006, if I'm not mistaken. Everything in it doesn't say Tutuzela. So we've agreed with the MEC that we will support the Tutuzela. Of course, I must indicate that the people who are working there, from the social workers to the police to NPA, they really are doing a very good job. They are very committed to their work. As a department of social development, Ribatla, just a few Tutuzela centers which are top of the range Tutuzela centers that have all the capacity for support. Lastly, Mr. President, there was the issue of the old age. To tell you the truth, it is very disheartening and embarrassing and painful to see how much elderly people are being abused. It is very painful because elderly people get their social grant. By Tola, Mr. President, social grant, Yabon. Yes, we have a problem of queues from time to time, but by Tola, and elderly people are being abused in many instances by their own families who are taking away the social grant. So, Kenze proposal, Mr. President, having visited one other area where I found a woman who was living in a car, and the attention was brought to us by the media. We went and visited her. We would like, Mr. President, as a Department of Social Development, to work towards ensuring that the elderly people have got safe places. And unfortunately, as our communities, and in black communities in particular, people don't want their elderly to go to the old age homes, which are very good old age homes. And this na agidumelani liona, because bommeli bontate, when they are old and they are frail, they need to be taken care of by us. Bahono ribadule go the old age homes, but it must be good old age homes. Mr. President, many people don't want their old age, the elderly, to go to the old age homes because babatla use a social grant ya bone. And this is, of course, the bigger problem of unemployment and all the inequality and everything. Really, Department of Social Development, we have quite a number of old age homes across the country. Last week, I had a good meeting with National Lotteries, who also indicated to me that they have been building old age homes in some places. So we will go and visit. But as far as the Northwest is concerned, and this district in particular, Rimelanuri, in 3 weeks' time, we are going to be back. But our coming back, Mr. President, is about strengthening the capacity of the people who live with the people here on day-to-day basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
As I said, Northwest is one of the provinces in our country that has a great tourist attraction. And there are many historical sites in the Northwest, and we need to focus on tourism to ensure that tourism becomes a growing industry on an ongoing basis. And it is for that reason that Minister Sisulu will touch on some aspects of this very, very important sector. Minister.
Ke rata ho leboha re Ramaphosa for opportunity e a mphileng yona hore ke tlo bua le lona. Dumelang bahaeso. Dumelang. A ke le utlwi. Ke a leboha. Yaka President Achilo, we are aware of the fact that this used to be a very good tourist area. In fact, it was very difficult for us as the ANC to admit that we had been outdone by the previous administration in this area. But we want to make sure that we can outdo what we found here, Mr. President. And I'm very glad that there are sites that have been pointed out which we can come and have a look at. Our intention is to attract, through Botswana and everybody else, to come to South Africa and enjoy themselves in this area. As all of you know, we have suffered greatly from the COVID period and the COVID lockdown. So our intention is to try and plow as much back as we can in the creation of jobs. To begin with, I just want to say to you, there's a Manyane Lodge here, which I'm told was destroyed at some point. We promise with you, I'm with my DG here, that we will build it up and make sure that we can put it to good use, so that the youngsters here can come over and get employment with us. Just down the road, we have a stall, Mr. President, Minister Dlamini Zuma. We have a stall that is indicating what we do in tourism. We put it up so that we can attract youngsters here to take up some job in tourism, even if it's on a temporary basis. So what we're doing here is to say, there are job opportunities for you, and we're creating them, and please have a look at what we have. Perhaps in the meantime, while you're waiting to go to university or you're waiting for another job, you'll find a part-time job in our area. We are also informed, Mr. President, that the casino, which used to draw in a lot of people, has shut down. Unfortunately, the reason it shut down has very little to do with our department, but we will make sure that the board that is responsible for that, the gambling board, takes a look at this so that we can bring the gambling area back, because it used to attract a lot of people to come and spend their weekends here, and we would like them to come back. So we will be looking into that. We also want to say we want to revive the hotel school here, which hosted us this morning. This is something that we are very keen to take up, and if there is a possibility of appropriation, Mr. President, we would like to appropriate that school, build it up, and make sure that very few of our youngsters will be hanging around the streets. They will have employment opportunities in that school, and from there, or education in that school. From there, they will be going into employment, into the industry. I have been listening to the people who have been indicating that we have here tourist opportunities. I've come with my DG here, and I'm going to leave him behind so that he can make sure that by the time he gets to work on Monday, Mr. President, he can report where these sites are, and we can promise you jobs, jobs, jobs. Thank you very much. Ra leboha.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the speakers will bua ka gore re etse office go officing ya president, where if people write letters, those letters must get answered. We've always had a hotline. So I'm going to ask Minister Gungubele to come forward. As you are coming, Minister Barbara Creasy, climate change is one of the issues that are top of mind for many people. Now, obviously here in Northwest, the drought is one of those problems that we have. Minister Didiza told me, Gore, we now currently have a locust breakout. There are locusts that have invaded our space. Where is it? Northern Cape. Yes. That is a clear indication of climate change. So you will also come and say something about climate change. But we are going to ask Gungubele to come up first. Oh, I forgot about employment. Woza, also kulmanga employment.
Thanks, Mr. President, the Premier, and all the ministers who are here, the traditional leaders and the religious leaders, and all of us who are here. Just to touch on 2 or 3 issues. The first one, Mr. President, which was raised, this Operation Dudula, which is a sore point in relation to the immigrants. And I will also talk about employment, of course. First, we have listened to our people. We have heard their cries, where they see some of the employers, especially in agriculture, in security, in tourism, in hospitality. You can mention a number of industries, and we're starting to see this thing even in the big retail shops, where they prefer to take the non-South African nationals, not because they love them, but because they want to exploit them and to not pay them the agreed salaries. They also want not to give them any benefits. So they are just exploiting cheap labor. And in that way, those are semi-skilled people, which does not mean that we don't have South Africans who have those skills. So we are dealing with that particular matter. But the way we are dealing with that matter, we are saying we want to regulate it properly, because we are a human rights country. We are a country which has signed a number of international obligations on how to deal with refugees. They also have the human rights. We can't treat them like animals. But what we are saying, like the other countries are doing, other countries like Zimbabwe, Kenya, Nigeria, you can mention a number of them. They say no one should be employed coming from outside if there is somebody in that country who can do the job. You can only talk about a scarce skill. So we've been able to list all the scarce skills where people can employ people from outside, but for a particular period. But on the semi-skilled area, we are saying we must employ South Africans, but we must regulate that properly. What we cannot do in terms of our constitution and the law, we can't ban them, but we can regulate and even put quotas. We are trying to do that. We have released a document which you are commenting on, and we have given that 90 days, which means 3 months, so that we can be able to finalize that policy and even amend the law in which sectors where people can not employ or employ a very small percentage of the people coming from outside. So we're dealing with that. You have a right to comment on that and give us your views. But what we do not agree with, it's first the politicians who just jump into the workplaces and they come there and say they've come to inspect. And you ask the question, inspect what? And when they are there, they just confuse the people. It cannot be allowed because they are disrupting production into those particular workplaces. Secondly, we don't agree with this Tutula approach, because the Tutula approach, what it does, it creates confrontation. It can lead to violence. All we are saying is Tutula must come to us, they must comment in terms of what we are having, in terms of the document and the proposals, and put their proposals so that we are able to deal with this matter in an amicable way. We cannot allow violence, and that's why we are going to be harsh when it comes to those areas. So we condemn the violence when people are expressing their own demands in this particular case. So in South Africa, we have a constitution which allows anybody to march, to do whatever and voice their opinions, but not in a confrontational and a violent way. That's why the police will be there to deal with that. The second issue, Mr. President, is the issue of the employment. Just quickly, you might note that last year, some will remember in October, the President launched a huge program, which is a program to revive the economy and even focus on the issue of the employment. And what that program says is you will never have jobs unless your economy grows. And then it listed a number of areas which, as government, in terms of that program, which the President took to all the stakeholders, it talked about the issue of the infrastructure, the issue of the energy, localization, which means we must have industries here at home, reindustrialization, mass public employment program, looking at the environment, and so on and so on. So that program, the President said even in SONA, jobs, most of them are going to be created in the private sector, including the small businesses we are talking about. However, there are initiatives which we are doing as the government. Of course, we expect the parastatals to create the jobs, the SOEs, but also there is mass public employment programs which we have started. And there's a big stimulus program which is focusing on the youth employment, which is led by the President himself, together with a number of companies like Harambee, you can mention them. That program is a very important program which focuses on a number of areas in the social sector. Like now, we have already employed, in terms of last year's budget, close to 800,000 young people, be it in the ECD, be it in tourism, and so on. So that program, we are going to massify it. It's over and above programs like EPWP and so on, and CWP. But here is a problem, Mr. President, and all who are gathered here. On EPWP, the problem has been corruption across the political parties. Corruption in this sense, the way people choose those young ones who are supposed to be there, it's not the kids from the poor families, and so on and so on, instead of looking at those who are destitute. Secondly, councillors starting from the DA to the ANC and all of them, councillors abuse this program. What they do is poor kids, when they are there working in that program and the councillor is changed, they remove them and put their own people in preparation for the votes. This is what we have to deal with, the corruption in these programs. These programs are beautiful and they can be able to help. The last thing I need to talk about is what I call the employment stimulus, focusing in particular to what the president is leading. And I want to just to say to you, there is, as young people, a program which you must just go into and Google it in the website. The YES program, YES for the youth, is going to tell you about all the programs which are available for the young people and how to apply into that particular program and what they will do for you and so on in the different areas or in the different sector. This is a collaboration between government and business, labor and who else, and the communities. So it's a very important program. Lastly, the problem of South Africa of employment, some call it, it's a structural problem. It is linked to the skills mismatch. Our education is not producing the necessary skills which we want or which are wanted by the private sector. So what we are also doing is to retrain some of the young people, but we are working together as the different departments because the president says we must not now work as individual ministries. We must have a joined up government. We must collaborate as the different ministries. Already together with Minister Didiza Agriculture, with Minister of Small Business, Minister of Digital Technology, Minister Nzimande together with us through our LAP program, Labor Activation Program, and the SETAs. We are working together to train young people in the different provinces. And now, you saw, last week we were launching a program of about 20,000 young people in KZN, working together with the provincial government there. And that's what we want, Comrade Premier, to work together with us, with these ministries. And I was saying to Minister Togo Titiza, we will come together here. By the way, Mr. President, one mayor was complaining about these projects. And she has said from the Tsobot, she is adopting me. And they have agreed to come with that project here.
So Zelubu adopti wala wen. Eh? Minister Chrissy.
Dumelang. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You've asked me just to say a few things about climate change. And when I was listening to the questions that were being raised, one of the issues that many people were talking about was disasters that have happened in this province. Now, climate change is this phenomena, this natural phenomena that we are experiencing, where on the one hand, we have drought and water scarcity, and on the other hand, when it does rain, we don't get this very nice soft rain that we used to have when we were young. We get these very extreme storms that cause a lot of damage to houses and schools and clinics, and also result in flooding. Now that is climate change, and it is something that is going to get worse and worse as the years go on. It also creates this problem of pests, locusts, worms, all these things that are infesting our animals and also affecting our crops. And lastly, here in Northwest, we have a problem that good agricultural land that used to be suitable for raising cattle is now getting invaded by woody plants and very tough bushes that are difficult to get rid of. So the question is, what can we do? The first thing is that we've agreed with Minister Didiza that we have to do more to remove alien vegetation and these woody plants that are invading the land so that it is no longer suitable for the raising of cattle. The second thing, Mr. President, was you spoke about the Innovation Hub here. This Innovation Hub is doing wonderful work to guide this province in terms of what we call climate smart agriculture. How to grow crops using drought-resistant seeds, and how to grow crops in a manner that uses less water. In order to deal with disasters, we are working with every municipality in the country to develop what we call an adaptation strategy. And I think that it will be very important that we investigate exactly together with COCTA how strong are the disaster management structures here, so that there must be advance warning of these extreme storms and better management of them when they occur. We also need to change land use, and we've been working not necessarily in this district but in other districts with game farmers, because as it gets drier and as we have these extreme storms, normal domestic animals do not survive as well. And we're starting to look at game farming and game donations to emerging farmers so that we can have animals that can produce meat who can survive the difficult conditions that are emerging. Lastly, we are working together with an organization, Mr. President, called People and Parks. And this organization represents traditional authorities and land claimants who are concerned that our communities are not benefiting adequately from the protected areas that exist in this province. And it's something that we are very passionate about, because you can't have conservation in a situation where local communities are not benefiting. And we are working at the moment together with Minister Didiza and Minister Mosenoche on some of the difficulties that exist in this province with regard to land claimants in the Pilanesberg area. Thank you very much.
On this specific issue, the phone and the messages.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe having heard the letters that get written and don't come back, it reminds me of the song, A City Tibangabhali incwadi asibuyi. Tibangabhalela abantwana abaphenduli. Tibangabhalela umama akaphenduli. Tibangabhalela utata akaphenduli. So the question is, can we make sure that the letters that get written to the president are replied to? I think it speaks, Mr. President, to a bigger question. Maybe let me answer that directly first before I don't take much time.
We are dealing with that matter because there is a unit. I just want, before I speak about digitization, I want to speak first about letters because a number of our people don't have access to digital, what to call, infrastructure. On the letters, we've got a group of people who are supposed to be dealing with this. Our analysis is that they need to be reorganized, to be refocused, and be focused and reorganized so that they also are able to be under a radar system where they can be made to explain their execution of this job. We are not happy with the way the work is being done now. We're working on that. Secondly, we're moving forward on this matter because at some stage, the president would have put together a hotline. We have analyzed that hotline, Mr. President. It's in the hospital. Because it's in the hospital, we're rehabilitating it by digitizing it. There's a unit in TPM which is working on that. Because why it is critical that it should work is because now we came to Northwest. President went to the Innovation Hub. President went to the hotel school, came here, set of questions were raised, we made undertakings. If this infrastructure is working, the president is able to get timelessly if the undertakings are being taken care of. For instance, Fia Fogol said he's going to come back here. The hotline tells us immediately if that is what to call, that is happening. And what does it take care of? It takes care of an accountable government, of a transparent government, of a consequence managing government. We're already speaking about politicians who make undertakings, who do not perform, including myself, as per the undertaking. When this infrastructure works, we're able timelessly to know which projects are actually carrying or which are not carrying. In other words, one of the things, Mr. President, we did on Friday, we were doing presentation on the integrated M&E framework, and we sent a message that there is not going to be a free lunch intervention anymore.
Okay, my last intervention before I close is going to be Minister Dlamini Zuma on Section 100. Akirle re alisa ibatla Section 100. So she will deal with that. For Itswella Pili, Section 100 for another 5 years. Minister Dlamini Zuma. Seki puela fela ya no.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In the interest of time, let me say that the team that's working, the ministerial team and the officials team have already put an exit plan, which we have already submitted to Cabinet, and Cabinet has already accepted it. But what is the next step is that because the law says Section 100 must also be dealt with by the NCOP. We have sent that report to the NCOP. We're waiting for them to call us and sign off if they sign off on that report, exit report, then it will be systems go and we will exit. There was never a plan to stay here forever. But let me also say, because we're working in the district model now, it's easy to exit because we'll all be working together as the 3 districts. So we're waiting, Riemezi, the NCOP, to call us. And then once that happens, systems go. Thank you.
Ke a leboga Minister Dlamini Zuma. Ke batla go feleletsa ka gore this has been a most meaningful Imbizo, as we call it. And I'd like to thank you all, ke le leboge kaofela, those 39 people who were able to ask questions, and many more ba ile ba kwala dipotso tsa bona kapo ditletlebo tsa bona, and put them at that desk. I want to thank you. Imbizo gives us an opportunity and a platform as government to be able to interact with our people, with our communities. This is a process that we are now starting, and we are going to spread throughout the country. And as I said right at the beginning, Northwest has been chosen as the first to test drive this Imbizo process, and it is very, very successful. And thank you very much to you all. It is also giving us an opportunity to get new thinking, new ideas, suggestions, and you have raised a lot of complaints as well of a service delivery type. And I'm very, very grateful that our ministers were here and they were able to respond to many of the issues that you have raised. This is the integrated government system at play. The district development model is now getting into full gear, and we are going to be utilizing it more and more, so that as the government, we stop working in silos. Gore mongwe le mongwe a ska ba le sa gagwe fela, a emele ko thoko. Kaofela rona, we must work together in an integrated way. And I'm very pleased that most of the replies that were given here are a clear demonstration that we are now becoming more and more integrated, and we are going to address the challenges that our people have and face. Now, it also is going to open up many opportunities, particularly here, also in Northwest. Northwest is one of our poorer provinces, not the poorest, but one of our poorer provinces. We need to generate more and more economic activity. We've got many endowments, many endowments. And as Minister Dlamini Zuma always says, well, we've got endowments that we've got to heighten. We've got mining, which is a major industry here, and Minister Mantashe is on top of this. And I was very pleased for some of our champions. I appointed champions for the minister and deputy ministers who stay focused on what we need to do as a government on each of our provinces. Now, those champions have been doing really good work, and at times they've been making interventions that stop bad things from happening. At times they've been taking initiatives, working together with our provincial government, our premier and MECs, as well as at local government level. Now, our local government sector is hugely challenged, haholo le gona mo Northwest. But the focus that we are now going to place on governance, on improving the capacity of the state, is going to result in very positive results for us, so that we are able to strengthen government, we are able to strengthen even local government. Go na le bao at local government level ba ikemiseditseng gore bona ba batla senya bo masepala ba rona, and I want to warn them, we are not going to allow that. We are not going to allow bo masepala ba rona to go back to what they were before. Kentse kukwa dipuonyana go thwe masepala o, but they don't want to work together, ba lwana and so forth. Now we want those fights to be a thing of the past. Re batla gore kaofela rona as councillors and MECs and all that, we must work together. But the important thing as well is we must rid our municipalities and our government, of course, of corruption. go utswa a go fele re sebeletse setšhaba re batla gore corruption must come to an end. We must work for our people, focus on what is best for our people. On our side, we are going to focus on service delivery. You've heard all the ministers who spoke here. They are going to come back with a number of programs. They are going to be focusing on what needs to be done. Now, this is the way we are now going to move forward as government, in an integrated way, in a cooperative way, doing things together so that we can improve the lives of our people, but more importantly, so that we can create jobs. Ke batla go feleletsa ka gore ntwe ba e bitsang COVID-19 a iso fele. I want to continue encouraging all of us gore we must vaccinate. How vaccinatile o ilo etsa ba re keng ke booster. Le nna ha nako e ntse e dumela gompieno ke lo etsa booster ya ka gona fa ke lo etsa vaccination e nngwe. I want to encourage all of us ha re ntse re sheba gore whether the state of disaster gore se re tlo se fetsaneng. The important thing ko gore we must vaccinate and ensure gore kaofela rona we are vaccinated. Re ntse re utlwa di report mo dinageng tse ding where they are imposing further lockdowns. Google go China, they are imposing another lockdown because there's suddenly been a flare-up. So we are not yet out of the woods. COVID it is still there, and therefore it's important that we should be protected through vaccination. So in the end, I want to thank everybody who's been involved in organizing this whole Imbizo process, from the ordinary people who were just doing their basic organizing, to those who did the conceptualization. And I want to thank the deputy ministers and the officials who've gone throughout this whole region, this province in fact, consulting with our people, responding to issues that need to be addressed. Much as we may be facing enormous challenges and difficulties, as South Africans, we have it in us to overcome our challenges. We are going to overcome all the challenges that we are facing. Many of us are feeling there's a lot of confidence that is emerging in our country, and I want us to spread this confidence. Let's go and spread the message about what we have heard. Carry forward to good government, forward. Forward to progress, forward. Amandla. Amandla. Forward with our government, forward. Ke a leboga. Le salempile.
Our President, 2 announcements, then Mayor wa district ka 2 minutes.